What's up out there, everybody? Happy 2025 NHL Free Agency. And thanks for joining us for session 80 of Caniac Sessions. I'm Griff.
I'm AB.
And I am Brandon.
And we're here today to hang out, and we're going to probably be, I don't know how long we're going to be here today, but we're going to be here as long as things are happening, if they happen, I guess, at this point. But, through noon, and we'll just kind of see where things go. We'll talk a little bit. We'll take some comments. Who knows? We may even bring somebody in to hang out and talk live with us. We'll see what happens. But, yeah, here we are. And before we get going here, breaking news. Logan Stankoven locked in 8 years, $6 million average annual value. Let's freaking go.
Amazing deal.
Absolutely.
Amazing deal.
Yeah, so this upcoming season will be his last year on his entry level deal, and the next season it will kick in. $6 million is a steal for this guy. I mean, who knows what he is in 3 or 4 years from now. He's got a ton of upside, unlimited potential. And he's proven that his size doesn't stop him. If anything, it motivates him. And, wow. I'm at a loss for words over that. I did not expect that to come in at $6 million. He probably could have gotten more. So, but anyway, that's a good news to start off the day. We are about 54 minutes away from noon, which is when free agency officially opens. So anyway, before we get going, how we doing, fellas? It's been a while since we've talked in this capacity.
Good. Just working, and then I got my birthday coming up in a couple days, so getting ready for that. Yep.
Got any plans?
And I think we're gonna do a crawfish boil. Ugh. What do you mean, ugh?
I love crawfish.
I've never had it. I've just seen it all over the place, and I wanted.
It's not nearly as gross as it looks.
Oh, apparently it's really good.
It's really good. It's just that they look weird. They look like little
mini
cockroaches.
lobsters.
Yeah, and I love lobster too. So
lobster, I do like lobster. I don't know what it is about crawfish. I don't know. Anyway, moving on. Brandon, how's life in the new spot down there going?
It is very good. It is very hot. And this summer it's hotter than normal. But so Jeremy's actually going to be here day after tomorrow.
Yes.
Yeah, he's flying down here, so we're gonna go hang out and everything like that. And him and I are gonna try and make a trip to Raleigh here before too much longer. I'm just waiting on my full-time job to start so I can actually have some income to enjoy it.
Well, when you get up here, don't forget about us.
Oh, we won't. Trust me. We'll swing through Wilmington or something like that when we go to make that trip and everything. Or if like one of these days, I definitely would like to have you guys down here because I love this area. I really do. So
usually Brandon and Jeremy stay with me when they come down to Raleigh.
Well, I'm not in Raleigh, but anybody's welcome to roll through Wilmington here.
I love Wilmington,
good.
So
for a beer or six.
Yeah, who's counting?
Well, me, because I haven't drank.
Well, yeah, that's you. Well, that's you. Yeah,
but I make an exception for y'all. I'd have to throw one back if y'all came in.
I actually haven't had any, and the last time I drank was actually Game 5 against the Capitals, and I only had 2. I basically allot myself 3 a month, and then if I don't drink them, I don't treat it like rollover minutes. I just don't do it because I've actually been focusing really hard on my health and everything.
Okay, so NA beers, how about that?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right.
I can't relate.
Give it 10 years, bud.
Yeah, no,
your time.
I'm enjoying it now while I can.
Wait till you get my age. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay. So just to kind of lay the table here, for the last year as Canes fans, we've kind of been, and real quick, just let me preface this. If I'm talking about something, I just stop. That's probably because I'm looking at my phone. So we're all going to be gathering updates here as we move closer to free agency and beyond. So just to let y'all know that, unless I freeze, which would be the other reason, which has been known to happen. But anyway, just to lay the table here, or set the table here, for a year, we've kind of, since last offseason or before last offseason, we've kind of targeted this offseason as a moment of strength for the Canes because we had some good contracts, long-term contracts on the books. Our core locked up for the most part. You know, 2 aging players coming off the books, and Brent Burns and Dmitry Orlov, which as of 11:09 a.m. on July 1st, both of those players are still off the book, going to be off the books. So all that cap room opens up. We've got Jack Roslovic that looks like he is going to market. And I believe that's really, well, besides like Tyson Jost and some RFAs that we didn't qualify and things like that. But money-wise, with the cap increase and all that stuff, Carolina has found themselves with about $24 million, give or take, of cap room right now as we sit. That's after the Rob extension. That's after, well, that doesn't take into account the Logan Stankoven extension because that doesn't take effect till next year. But anyway, we have all this money to kind of spend. And we thought there was a potential to have a really, really good free agency period this year because of some of the names that could be available. And so we speculated all year. We've thought, would this person work? Would this person work? And then really in the last 48 hours, everybody stayed home. I mean, everybody. We saw Florida retain their 3 amigos, man. Those guys all stayed, took team-friendly deals. Bennett got his $8 million by 8. They found a way to keep Ekblad and Marchand. We'll see what that Marchand contract looks like in 3 years, but Florida has basically extended their. I mean, there's no reason that the Panthers should not three-peat. No reason. Yeah. If they don't, it's a failure. It's another cup or bust in Sunrise for sure. So all of that, and we're kind of left like, you know, and then there's been all this talk about tampering across the NHL and how the league was looking to make an example out of somebody. So things, you know, as far as free agency goes, have really been just left to speculation. There have been some cases where we knew like Marner wanted to go to Vegas, and there was all that tampering accusations, which was probably true. It's probably right. But Toronto ended up trying to, they basically blackmailed Vegas. I mean, and said, hey, give us Nick Waugh and we'll give you, we'll sign and trade Mitch Marner and we'll keep our mouth shut on your tampering. That looks like it may have started over a year ago with Vegas and Marner. So anyway, Mitch Marner is a Golden Knight and he signs a $12 million by 8-year deal there. And that, you know, people were mixed on whether we thought Marner was a fit here in Carolina. But anyway, after all that, after everybody signed new deals with their current teams, there's been a few trades here and there, so on and so forth. We are down to just a handful of quality free agents that would make sense in Raleigh. Of those, and from a Carolina Hurricanes standpoint, there might be 2, maybe 3 free agents that are probably on our radar. Number 1, Nikolai Ehlers. We know that's probably numero uno on the acquisition board in Tulsky's office right now. It's been reported that, and guys, I'm just setting the table here and then we'll get into discussion and I'll let y'all talk, but it's been reported that Ehlers is interested in Carolina. It's been reported that he is willing to take a smaller salary to go to a contender. Carolina is indeed a contender. And so most of the national media put Carolina and Ehlers together. So now we just have to watch it materialize, if it materializes. And it may not be right at noon, you know, like years past. It may not be immediate. There's been reports that Ehlers wants to make an informed decision. He wants to take his time. Friedman wrote a piece that came out early this morning that said that Nikolai Ehlers is prepared to take a couple days if he has to make an informed decision. So we might not get that decision today. It may not be today. It may be tomorrow. It may be Thursday. AB's got his finger up. What you got, buddy?
So this has nothing to do with the Hurricanes, but Jake Allen is staying with the Devils.
I expected that.
Hearing Boston and Edmonton are discussing a deal for Victor Arvidsson.
Okay. Yeah, there's been some rumors around Arvidsson here the last week or so. So he's going to land in Boston. What's the return on that?
There's no return yet.
Okay.
It's
probably a cap dump, so it'll probably either be futures or Edmonton's trying to get Corey Perry across the line, I think. I think Edmonton wants to keep Corey Perry. So, all right. Also, I don't remember where I was at, but anyway. Oh yeah, Nikolai Ehlers. So we'll see what goes on with that. Maybe we'll see something today. Maybe we won't. There, a couple other names to watch from the Hurricanes' perspective is Mikael Granlund. There's been some rumors that Carolina is interested in him. There is also sorry, I'm reading something here. There's also, a kind of a division amongst the fan base. Some people, like 15 times in the last 24 hours, I've mentioned Granlund on X, and somebody's like, well, he wasn't that good in Pittsburgh. Or, I get it, but like that was 21 games in Pittsburgh, and it was a trade. So I'm not really going to judge his fit based upon 21 games in Pittsburgh. I know he was good in Dallas. He was a good player in San Jose. People have questioned his defense and his forechecking abilities. We'll just have to see. But, I think it's an upgrade over Jake Allen's final in New Jersey, 5 years at $1.8 million. It's a good deal for him. But yeah, so Mikael Granlund, name to watch. We'll see what happens. Also, Pius Suter is a name to watch as far as the Canes go. I think that Carolina would be interested. He's a center as well as Granlund. So that would probably be my preference between the two. Suter had a really good year last year. I think he's like 60-some points.
Yeah, he had 46 goals this year.
Say again, 46?
He had 46 points, 25 of them were goals.
Oh, okay, wait. It was Granlund that had 60-some points.
Yeah, he had 66.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, either of those guys, it would be an upgrade over our current 2C situation. So we'll see. But I think those are the three names to watch as far as free agents go. Another name we're just going to have to watch is Brent Burns. I think the lack of right-handed defensemen that are worth a damn on the market, he might be the top guy. I mean, and, I know Tony DeAngelo was out there and some people thought that he might make a return to Raleigh, but he just got scooped back up by the Islanders on a 1-year, $1.75 million deal, which is, good for Tony, man. Like that's a raise compared to what he was getting. So good for him. But I mean, unless they want to pull off a trade, but it doesn't look like Rasmus Anderson is interested in Carolina.
No.
It looks like he's Vegas. Like, I want to sign. Everybody wants to sign and flip in Vegas for Florida right now. That's just the way it is. Vegas is the darling of the Western Conference, and Florida's the darling of the East. So,
Jake Allen got a 5-year deal.
Didn't I just say that?
Oh, well.
What did I say?
I thought it said 1, but I guess
I said 5 by 1.8.
Oh, okay.
All good. So yeah, that's the landscape. We'll see. So those four names we're going to be paying close attention to: Ehlers, Granlund, Suter, and Burns. And then who knows what could happen in a trade? I mean, trades can still happen. There's been rumors with Erik Karlsson from Pittsburgh linked to Carolina. I don't know if those are real or if those just carried over from a couple years ago. There's rumors that Florida is looking to move Evan Rodriguez. He's not a center, but
he does play a little bit of center. He can, but not mainly.
Yeah, I'm just kind of just trying to think of people that we could see move still. You know, but I don't know. So we'll see. We're gonna watch it. We're gonna hang out, and I'll just open it up to you guys. Talk about whatever you want to talk about. But that's the landscape, and we'll watch it. What you guys got?
Yeah, I'll say this. I just saw this tweet. It's from Big Head Hockey. So his players making more per season than Logan Stankoven on his 8-year deal with $6 million AAV. Brendan Gallagher, Chris Kreider, Braden Shen, Valeri Nichushkin, Alexander Romanov, and Chandler Stevenson. And Logan Stankoven will be 31 years old when his contract expires.
That's awesome.
That's perfect, dude. Man.
So
that's awesome. Kane for life.
That's the guy you wanted. Now, obviously, Ehlers is the guy that you really, really want. And like you said, Griff, he will take a pay cut if he's playing for a contender. How much? I'm not 100% sure. And there's also no guarantee that Ehlers will sign today. That's from the NHL report.
Yeah. I just wanted to bring this up.
The two most reputable guys in the game are Elliot Friedman and Bob McKenzie, and they both said that he could potentially not sign anywhere today. Yeah. And honestly, if I were in the position he was in, I don't blame him because he's the top free agent now. And he's one of those guys that he could potentially sign with any team with his skill set right now. Like any team he goes on, he makes it better. He's not a player who you just go get to fill a specific need. He's a player you can go get to improve your top six wherever you want to put him. So he's an all situations guy. You can put him on the penalty kill. He does everything. He's not going to give you more than roughly point per game production, but I imagine every team that has cap space is interested in him.
And the Canes have wanted this guy for 2 years.
Oh, no, it's been longer than that.
Longer. I mean, this guy, like, I think he knows that the Canes want him and they have the money. And he's going to a team that can make a deep playoff run. They just have to get past the giant of the Florida Panthers.
The first time I saw oh, my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying, like, Ehlers, man, I mean, it's a great fit, and he scored 60 points last year. I mean, he's a consistent player. He was drafted 9th overall, I think, in his draft. I mean, he's a solid two-way player, and, I mean, this is the guy you want. You have to get Ehlers. Like, you have to. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah. So the first time I remember seeing us linked to Ehlers was actually the offseason before 2019-2020. Winnipeg offered him up, and they said they wanted a right-handed defenseman in return. And we know who that defenseman was. That was Brett Pesce. You know, it's like there's nobody else it could have been. So Carolina balked at that because they didn't want to throw extra pieces in either way. Winnipeg didn't want to do it. Carolina didn't want to do it, best of my recollection. And they offered a 1-for-1 deal with Ehlers for Pesce, and Carolina ultimately said no. So we've been linked to him for a very long time, and that's not the first time either. There were several times, like I remember over the last few years, where that was discussed. So that is the guy, like you said, that you do have to go get. In regard to Granlund and Suter, Granlund, when he played in Nashville, and I was talking about this on my show last night, he's actually, like, on the two-way side of the game, he's more of a playmaker and a possession driver. He's not going to give you a ton defensively, but once he gets the puck, he's really good at generating breakout, setting up neutral zone transmission, and creating clean entries at the other end of the ice by doing so. He's not the fastest guy. He does it more so with finesse and vision. So that's one thing that I think people are being a little unfair in regards to Granlund's capability within the system. I'd be more worried about the lack of speed than anything. Pius Suter, I don't know a lot about him, but 46 points is pretty enticing, especially if you don't give him a lot of term so you can see what you really have with him, and he's young.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I brought this up here just a minute ago as we were talking about Stank. You can just look his, according to this AFP analytics, which, really popular now as far as contracts go and trying to predict contracts. A lot of the national media use this too. You could see his projected contract was a 6-year at 6.95 or 6.96 AAV. We got him for 8 by 6. So almost $1 million less annually and 2 additional years. So, you know, the Stank's media tour that he's done since the trade, all he's done is talk good about Raleigh and about the group and about how welcome he felt and how he, you know, likes the area. Well, this proves that, like, he wasn't just blowing smoke. Like, he really does, you know, like the area. So, and the team. Great contract.
This guy could be very well like Brad Marchand if he keeps going and progressing, because he reminds me a lot of him. He's gritty. I mean, he doesn't really like shy away from contact. I mean, you saw him in the Florida series and where he was just stepping in there and guys were like 6 inches bigger than he was. And he was just in there mixing it up, and he can score. So, I mean, maybe a reach, but honestly, I kind of see that side to him if he keeps progressing as a player, which I think he will.
His skating stride even looks like Marchand's. How about, you know, how they both look like little rats scurrying across the ice really quickly? They both look like that. And, you know, Stankoven's really good at winning board battles, too, because he knows how to, like, use that low center of gravity to, you know, get himself in between the boards and the puck and the player that he's fighting with to get the puck. He's good at all those things. And, you know, you remember, AB, we saw his first NHL game when he was still in Dallas. You, me, and Jeremy were there, and we were all really impressed with that kid.
The hell, like, I was there too.
Yeah, but you weren't sitting with us, so you don't count.
Just kidding.
But no, it's like we saw this kid and we're like, damn, this kid is good. Like, and it's I never at that point was dreaming about him ever being a Hurricane, because we had no way to foresee what was going to happen, you know, a little under a year later. But he was definitely a good pickup, and like that makes the Rantanen situation look a lot less like damage control and actual asset management.
Chance, he says, hearing from a very reliable source.
Dude, don't start reading off these fake insider reports.
He's doing his bit. That's all.
I just
his Sean Walker bit. It's like my version of the Brady Shea stuff.
Dude, I'm so sick of these fake insiders.
Very, in all cap.
Yeah, he's clearly joking. No, he says that every time he comes in our streams.
The door off.
No.
All right. What was I getting ready to say? Oh yeah. So yeah, that's kind of the little preface here, but I see what you're talking about now. Hearing from a very reliable source that the Canes are trading Sean Walker.
That's great. Great. That's awesome. Just what I wanted.
That's not going to happen.
It was funny when he came in the draft stream. He's like, trade Sean Walker for draft capital.
Dude,
God, we'd be in trouble if we actually did that.
Very.
Anyway,
we'd be so screwed.
Right. So, everybody out there watching right now, wow, we're at 376 currently live. Appreciate you guys being in, hanging out. Hit the chat up. Let's talk about who, what do you think's going on? Some of you have. What do you think's going on? Who would you like to see? Is Ehlers a good fit? Do you want Granlund? Do you not? Everybody I know has their opinions. So,
hey Griff, if you want to pull that up there, those slides are specific to Ehlers. I used them on my show last night to give an idea of some of his numbers.
Will do. But real quick, if you're watching and you're not following on YouTube, or you're not subscribed on YouTube, I should say, go ahead and subscribe. Give us a thumbs up. Everybody watching, go ahead and go down, hit the thumbs up. Help us out with that. Subscribe. If you're watching on X, go ahead and give us a like. Give us a follow if you're not following, and share the stream so we can get more in here. For those of you who may not know by now, you should if you've been paying attention, but we are exclusively on YouTube and X now. We are no longer posting these audio versions. I think all of our old audio stuff is still up on the various podcast platforms, but I'm getting ready to remove those because I'm not going to renew the subscriptions. And once the subscriptions roll out, I'm going to remove it all. But it's all still available on our YouTube page, all of our historical stuff. And the early stuff that's not available, I'm going to convert to straight audio clips and post them to YouTube. So if I don't know, if for some reason you want to go back and hear us talk about the potential of an Erik Karlsson trade 2 off seasons ago, it's there. So not that you would want to, but I'm just saying, you never know. It's an archive.
The terrible first episodes that we had that were God.
Rough.
Oh, dude, my first videos were
come a
brutal.
long way, haven't we?
Yeah. My first videos that I made with my phone were pretty brutal.
Yeah.
But you made stuff on your phone?
My first 10 videos or so I made on my phone.
All right, we got Scott Thomas. He says, "Let's go." Warning take. Oh, you're in here. I'm gonna skip over that.
Who's that?
I don't know.
Tony D
I've not
says,
heard anything good about him.
Tony D says, "What's up? I'm only on break until 11:30. That's right now, so go back to work." $6 million for Stanky as a steal. LFG. Yes. How about that Stanky contract? Megan. What's up, Megan? I'm glad we got him locked in for the long haul as well.
That contract does stink.
J-Dub, what's up, brother? He says at work, had to pop in for that. Man, see, I took off today. Saw that. Kane's Time. He says Kane's Time reposted this stream. Thanks, Kane's Time. Appreciate that. Tony D says sign Ehlers and watch Buffalo very closely. I don't know if Buffalo's gonna. I don't expect them to trade anybody out. They're trying to get better.
They've been trying to get better for 14 years.
I know, but they already had to give up. What's his face?
Paterka.
Yeah. Where did he go again?
I don't remember. Did he go to Montreal?
No, Noah Dobson went to Montreal. Why do I not? Is it St. Louis? No.
Was it St. Louis?
Utah.
That's what it was.
That's right. Noah, what's up, Noah? He says Morrow was a sleeper for me. Had a rough playoffs, but I still believe there's a ton of talent out there. Yeah, I don't know if 2025 is the year though. I don't know. Maybe with a whole season in the NHL, he could. I don't know. I'm just gonna leave it at that.
I mean, I'll say what I have to say about Morrow, if that's okay. I don't think he's staying in Carolina. They have a history of not holding on to players like this. It's like, Jake Bean, for example. Now, I think Morrow's better than him and has a higher ceiling, but it's like the way that he played in the playoffs this year, I feel like was just, I don't want to say it was impossible for him to recover from. It definitely isn't. I just don't see the Canes keeping him long term. And it sounds like, based on some of the interviews that Rod had talking about him, that he wanted to get a bunch of stuff out of his system, that he's kind of got some exceptions to how he plays. And I'm actually on board with that. Like, if they moved him out to get something they need more, like a second line center, I'm totally fine with that.
Yeah. Ethan, what's up? Ethan says, I would assume so with the current situation, but what are your thoughts on allocating cap space for mid-season sellers? Love the stream, boys. Thanks, Ethan. Yeah, I mean, at this point, like, take a shot for the guys that you really want out of this group, in my opinion. Like Ehlers, I think that's your go all in on Ehlers. If you get him, great. And, that to me, that's enough to move into the season. I mean, obviously, you got to address the defense, but if if Morrow's their plan, then Morrow's their plan. That could, but I mean, I don't know. Do you put Morrow with Slavin? Do you put Morrow with Gostisbehere and Walker with Slavin? Like, I don't know. I think if Morrow's going to play, maybe, like, I don't know. I just can't see him put him on the top pair at this point, but maybe you do.
Yeah, Slavin's about the only one who could, make up for his defensive deficiencies at this point. And then Morrow probably wouldn't set the world on fire with production in his first season. And then additionally, you'd have to swap him off the penalty kill and put Slavin and Walker out there for that probably. I'd rather them just find another solution for the third pair and put Slavin and Walker together, because we saw how well that pair worked. Mm-hmm. And they can stay together 5-on-5 and on the penalty kill. So, and then now you've got, if you do bring Burns back, you've got 3 options as far as defensemen you can utilize on the power play. Then that leaves Slavin and Walker together all the time. And that's more chemistry they build, more consistency they have.
Yeah. Okay. We've got a trade. Logan Mailloux from Montreal. Logan Mailloux.
Yeah.
Oh,
Mailloux.
I believe it's pronounced Mailloux. Yeah.
22-year-old defenseman from Montreal to St. Louis. He was an AHL guy mostly last year, but he's on the move. He's a 6'3", 220-pound defenseman on his way to St. Louis. This is not a Jordan Kyrou involved trade, by the way, who went to a full no trade clause last night.
Oh.
Anyway, but yeah, allocating cap for midseason sellers. Yeah, so I think once these teams that are all trying to get better, once they start realizing they're not going to make the playoffs, like you said, mid-season, then some of these teams may become sellers. And, hey, if we have the cap to pull it off, maybe we could see another January type trade where we brought in Rantanen. Maybe we could see something similar. Hopefully they would do it a little bit better and have an extension in place beforehand this time. But I digress.
I just forgot about who's a free agent. It's Kuznetsov.
Correct.
He's not going to sign here, but I hope he gets
don't be so sure.
I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I don't know.
I'd love to have him back.
Orlov's not here. If Orlov was here, I would say maybe like it could happen. I don't know
where Orlov's going to go too.
I wouldn't be surprised if he winds up in MSG with the Rangers.
No.
I would not be surprised if he's a Ranger. Couple more comments here, and then we'll get into Brandon's slide. Dylan says, now that Stanky is here to stay, that makes Blake even more expendable. Oh, Jackson Blake's the one we forgot earlier when we were calling out lines.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's your reason.
No, man, I like Blake.
I like him too, but
we don't have to give him up. Like
I do too.
I think he's gonna.
If it's for Robertson.
No, yeah, definitely. I mean, yeah, there's definitely a trade out there that I would like to see him go. But if there's I'm not going to say that he's expendable just because we re-signed Stankoven.
Yeah, I hate to use that term because I like Jackson Blake. It's just kind of like Stankoven's a better player, and to add to that, now Stankoven is extended, so Blake will clearly go before he does. And
Blake's still got 2 years remaining on his ELC.
Yeah, that's the only thing about it. It's like I like Blake, but as far as like who's on the top of the board for trade pieces, I'd give him up before Nadeau because Nadeau can shoot a puck.
Correct.
So, and that's something that this team sorely lacks and has for a long time.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I'm not huge on Nadeau. I'm just not. Like, I know he can shoot a puck.
Rod likes him.
Well, I'm not convinced that his goal scoring will carry over to the NHL.
Yeah, that's something that has to be proved in practical application because you may remember we've seen this before. Valentin Zykov was supposed to come up and be a 35 goal scorer. That clearly did not happen. He's in St. Petersburg now. Last I saw of him.
But I think sorry, go ahead.
Zach Boychuk is another great example. Didn't materialize worth a damn at the NHL level.
That guy follows more people on Twitter than I've ever seen.
He's a meme, dude. He really is. Like, he seems like a cool dude, but his career just did not pan out.
Okay. Well, it's 11:38 a.m. Eastern Time. 22 minutes from the opening of free agency. Just remind everybody, go down if you're watching on YouTube, hit the thumbs up. Subscribe, hit the notification bell so you don't miss any of these going forward. If you're watching on X, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a retweet. Yeah. All right, let's see. Just going through these tweets here. So what we're going to do here, I'm going to bring up this slide that Brandon shared. We're going to look at this slide, and then we're going to take like a 5-minute break, and go refill our drinks and just kind of, since we're going to be here for a long time today, take a quick break after we go over this slide, and then we'll come back and go through the noon hour. But this is not it. Yeah, it is a slideshow.
Yeah, you can you click through the thing or yeah, okay, cool.
Yeah, I can. So this is a slide or some slides that Brandon put together for the warning take that just talks about Nick Ehlers. And, you can see all of his metrics here and some of his stats and various metrics. 6 foot. Where's his weight?
172.
Oh, there it is right in front of me. 6 foot 172. He's a 29-year-old guy. He's been in not Edmonton. He's been in Winnipeg his entire career. He's a left shot winger, drafted 9th overall back in the 2024 entry draft. Really good metrics, really good stats. He is a solid winger. And I think his game translates, he's a good two-way forward. I think his game would translate well to the way Carolina plays. And his per 60s, I think, are really good too. Really good. So just click through this. You can see his speed. The guy can skate.
He's a speed demon.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's some of his year-over-year stats. Sorry, this is playoffs. I'm about to say, I know he played more than 8 games.
Yeah, if he was only playing 8 games in the regular season, Carolina was trying to sign him, I might organize a protest outside of Lenovo.
Going back from St. Louis in that Mayu trade, Zach Bolduc.
Isn't he like a 4th liner or something?
I don't know. I just know his name.
Yeah, he's a depth player.
Yeah. Anyway, so this past season, in the 8 games that Winnipeg played in the playoffs, he had 5 goals, 2 assists, 7 points, just short of a point per game there. Year before, he wasn't too great, but he doesn't have a ton of playoff experience. Winnipeg has only really been relevant the last few years. You want to talk through this?
Yeah. So what I pulled up here, this is his NHL Edge data from the 2024 and 2025 season. On the left and in the black is his regular season. The gray is the playoffs. So you'll notice that there's a consistency there, particularly with his skating speed, how much he's scoring, shooting percentage, total shots on goal, shot speed, skating distance. So there's this reputation that Ehlers has of not being that great in the playoffs. Now, one thing that I want to say to that, Ehlers has never been on a playoff team that's as good or successful as Carolina has been the last 7 seasons. I think if he comes to Carolina, he will kind of top out at being a point per game player in the regular season and maybe just a little bit under that in the playoffs, especially the later that they get in the playoffs and are playing better teams and the attrition factor starts to set in and all that type of stuff. So more than anything, what I wanted to show with this, there's a lot of players that a fatigue factor happens and they slow down during the playoffs. They may not produce as much, all that type of stuff. That doesn't really apply to him, at least this past season. I'd rather sign Ehlers coming off of his best playoff performance than his worst. Let's say it was flipped around and he had his best playoff performance in his first season and had his worst one this past one, then I'd have some reluctancy about signing him. But that's not what happened here. So he's a pretty consistent player on a team that's not nearly as consistent as Carolina.
Yeah, I agree. And he only played 8 games. He was hurt for some of them, wasn't he, during the Dallas series? Maybe.
I don't think this past year.
I'll tell you in 2 seconds. Yeah, he only played 8 games this season, and he still had 7 points. 5 of them being goals, which Carolina needs those very, very badly. And if Nikolai Ehlers can produce like that and still do everything he does defensively, he's a perfect fit.
Oh, what happened? Oh, did you do
that?
You
did it right. I think we clicked it at the same time. My bad.
Oh, I didn't know you. I didn't know you had clicking ability. My fault.
I didn't either.
Go ahead and you can talk through your slide. I won't take over.
Oh yeah,
here.
I was just getting another swig of this this right here. But
Okay.
low risk, high reward. So Ehlers, we already saw Marner's gone to Vegas. So even still, Ehlers would come in at about 4 to 5 less than Marner would, because Marner signed a $12 million AAV. So if you get Ehlers anywhere between 8 and 9, it's a good deal. He's probably going to want the max 7-year term. I would imagine if he doesn't go for 7, he's probably going to go for 6. You know what you're getting with him. He's a hardworking player. His forechecking is great. He's a good 200-foot player, and he builds his game around skill with speed. So that's a good thing for the Hurricanes right there. He's going to have a short learning curve. There's not going to be much you're going to have to tell Nikolai Ehlers out of camp as far as what he would need to do to adapt to the system. And that's part of the reason I think he's been linked to the Canes so much, especially since Rod's been the coach the entire time that Nikolai Ehlers has been playing in the NHL, basically. Longevity, here's the other thing to consider with Ehlers. When he does get older and maybe some of that production goes away, maybe a little bit of that speed goes away, you can drop him down into the bottom 6 and him still be a pretty effective player. That might not necessarily apply to Marner. So that was one of the reasons why I was saying I'd rather get Ehlers than Marner when you're looking at career longevity, how well that contract's going to age, how much of the cap it's going to take up, all that type of stuff. And by then, if he signs somewhere between 8 and 9 million with the Canes, by the time he's at that point in his career, when he's 34, 35 years old, roughly, he'll that'll be pennies against the cap. And the best part about it is, and the Canes love to sign guys like this who are all situations capable. He'll pull a lot of 5-on-5 minutes because he averages about 16-30 a game as it is, I believe. He'll be out there for game critical situations. So if you're behind by a goal, you pull the goalie and you need a goal, or you need to protect the lead. He's a guy that you can put out there for that. Power play 1 or power play 2. This team needs to start moving in the direction of having 2 lethal power play units, because your first one's not always going to get you over the hump. And we've seen the Hurricanes have, it's ebbs and flows a lot with the power play for the Canes. Ehlers is a guy who could add consistency to either one of those units, and he's an excellent penalty killer. So all those things combined make him like the perfect target for the Canes. And one other thing that I will add about Ehlers is everything I've heard about him in the locker room is he's very liked and very good glue guy as well. Yeah. So the best way I can describe Ehlers, imagine Martinook if he could score a lot more. Imagine like playoff versus the Devils Martinook much more consistently. That's what you're getting with Ehlers. So he's not as good as, say, Jarvis, but he kind of, his skill set is similar to Jarvis and Martinook. And as far as skill and productivity goes, he falls kind of in the middle between those guys.
I like it. All right. Real quick, though, before we do take this little 5-minute break here, I do want to mention that yesterday, Carolina addressed a need that I kind of forgotten about in the goalie department. So, we know we brought back Freddie earlier on during the playoffs. We re-signed Freddie to a 1-year extension. I don't remember what the AAV is. I think it was like 2.8 maybe?
Check. 2.75.
2.75.
Yeah.
That's still a good deal for him, especially if it's only a year term. And then the best part about it is if he still plays well and the injuries don't bother him too much. And I wouldn't be surprised if we have this goaltending tandem again next season, because the market is just so dry. And that's actually something that I talked about on my show a little bit last night that I'll comment on again real quick. Free agencies like this are going to become more and more common if the league continues to expand. The talent pool is going to get diluted, and people are going to work harder and harder to lock up the best players that they can preemptively before free agency hits. So, we're looking at the NHL being 34 teams before the end of the decade and 36 by 2035. And that's just going to make free agency less and less consequential. It's going to be more about drafting, development, and getting guys on long-term team-friendly deals as much as possible. That's one of the reasons why I don't like it. Because, for example, the only reason Jake Bean and Hayden Fleury have jobs is because Vegas and Seattle exist.
Yeah. But yeah, so bringing back Freddie, having Pyotr Kochetkov, we saw what happened last year when they both went out injured. And we had to scramble to figure something out between Spencer Martin. Then we had Dustin Tokarski come up, who played some games for us. And those guys, Tokarski and Martin, are both gone. And we bring in Caden Primo, who had a really, really solid season in the AHL last year. And, well, really last few years. And has quite a bit, well, I wouldn't say quite a bit, but enough NHL experience when he was in Montreal to be a good insurance policy as a third goalie in this organization. It's probably your Chicago Wolves starter right there, and will be up here when Freddie is out. So good signing there, or excuse me, good trade. Montreal did qualify him before the trade yesterday, so he does have a qualifying offer. He is arbitration eligible, which means that if he doesn't accept his qualifying offer, which I'm not sure what it is, but I think it's league minimum or just above league minimum, then he'll go to arbitration, and we'll see. But I think there's a lot of potential there.
100%. And his father was a captain here.
His father was actually traded for, or was
Brind'Amour.
involved in the Rod Brind'Amour trade, right?
That is true.
So there's a little bit of lineage in Carolina.
Noah wants this. Noah says, "Is KK here to start the season?" Yeah, I think so.
Unless Suter or
Yeah.
Granlund gets signed today, he's probably here to start the season, and maybe he'll turn it around. I know I've been saying that for years now, but we'll see.
Chance says, "Do you guys think there'll be a contract signed in Carolina in the first 30 minutes?"
Yes.
Do you?
Brent Burns.
It'll
Brent Burns.
The only other person I can see them getting over Brent Burns right now is maybe Nick Perbix, to put him on the third pair with Goss to spare. And Perbix is a pretty solid right-handed shutdown guy. Now, I'd rather have had Yoki Haru or Fabro, but those guys both signed. So Perbix is a little bit younger and maybe has a little bit more that, he maybe he has another gear. But with Yoki Haru and Fabro, you kind of already knew what you were getting. Perbix, not so much. You won't know what you're getting, but a short-term, not too much money type of deal for him to kind of see what he can do. And, maybe you can give him a 1 or 2 year deal and he stopgap until Legault is potentially ready.
All right. Well, I'll tell you what we're going to do. We're going to take a little 5-minute break here and get ready for this noon hour to hit. We are 9 minutes away from the opening of free agency. So we'll be back at about 3 or 4 minutes prior to that time. And that way we're live, excuse me, as the clock hits noon. So hang in there with us. Go refill your water or whatever you got to do. And we'll be right back. All right, we're back. We are currently less than 2 minutes away from noon. Again, don't know what to expect at noon. Maybe we get a contract out the gate, but all signs kind of indicate that we won't know anything on Nick Ehlers for a little while.
So Bob McKenzie warned earlier on TSN that a number of deals won't be announced right at 12 noon Eastern time because the teams have been warned about tampering. Says they're still tampering, but people are trying to avoid the appearance of tampering.
Thayer. What's up, Thayer?
Said
What's the name of the song?
Oh,
What was the name of the song that was playing during the break? That was a low-key banger.
Elevator banger, yeah.
I don't
Elevator banger.
I'm gonna have to go see what it was called because it's so I use the Canva app to do all that stuff, and it's one of the audio songs that's like free with Canva. I'll go look. I'll let you know, Thayer.
Frank's over here off in the corner. He's just like, look at how riveted he looks. He's just like, yeah, man, I'm so ready for this free agency.
So Arvidsson was traded to the Bruins for a 5th round pick.
Correct. There was another trade that broke with the Blackhawks too.
Sam Lafferty, I think, got
yeah.
traded from Buffalo. Yeah,
that's right.
But I don't think he has a really big cap hit.
So Ryan Rishhog, I don't even know if I'm saying that right, says to keep an eye on Adam Henrique. That's a contract the Oilers might have to move if they want to go big game hunting. There's also reports that the Oilers are interested in Brock Besser. I don't know how in the hell they'll make that fit, but I mean, who knows?
They have to get rid of Darnell Nurse if they want to get any more.
Good luck with getting anybody to take that contract.
Yeah.
He's making what, 9.5 a season?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, that's
San Jose. You may have a defenseman.
Well, actually, he would make them better.
It is currently. It is current. Well, it's noon on my computer, but it's 11:59 on my phone. That makes no sense. But it's
now
noon
it's 12
now.
o'clock.
Yeah, it's noon. And in years past, we would start seeing contracts just flooding Twitter. But we'll let you know what we see if anything comes up. But while I'm kind of scrolling here, you know, Jay Fresh, that's on X. You know what I'm talking about, Jay Fresh?
Yeah.
So he posted, he said, I don't know why in the world Logan Stankoven signs that deal.
Charlie Coyle has been signed by the Blue Jackets, or acquired, sorry.
That's a trade?
Yes.
No, he was a free agent, I thought.
I thought he was a free agent too, but somebody said he wasn't.
Hold up, let me see.
Free agent doors are officially open.
Because a bunch of people said I was wrong.
Wrong on what?
That he was a free agent.
I take that back. Coyle and Wood were traded to the Blue Jackets by the Avalanche, and that was like that trade that everyone was kind of like, that was a little one-sided because that was the one for Gavin Brindley. So Charlie Coyle signed an extension with the Blue Jackets.
Got it.
Dylan says apparently Kane's working on a trade. Don't know how accurate that is. I haven't seen that, but I would just ask, and Dylan, I'm not saying you're wrong or trying to get on you for anything, but
Dylan, he's calling you an idiot, by the way.
If anybody sees anything on X that we haven't seen or whatever, feel free to share it in the chat, but please give me a name of who tweeted it, source the tweet. That's like my biggest pet peeve is just people just splashing stuff. And again, no offense, Dylan. And like this, Hurricanes hockey fan roast just types in the chat offer sheet. What? Like, give me something besides just offer sheet. No, I'm not saying you're ignorant, Dylan.
No, he
did.
That's 100%.
Oh man, no. I wouldn't call you that. I just have this. I don't know. This what's the word I'm looking for?
Someone reposted where Elliot Friedman posted a couple of years ago the 2x775 for Orlov, and everyone's like falling for it. If you fall for that, you kind of deserve it.
I hate that stuff, man.
Or the Frank Cervalli, the fake guy who
Kronk.
does it. Yeah, God.
Frank. That's funny
Yeah.
though.
That is
That's actually
I've
funny.
gotten hit multiple times by it.
Like
I forget
that's
which one it was the other day that I saw that he posted. And I'm like, are you kidding me? And then I was like, oh.
like that's fine because it's obviously a parody and it's identified.
No,
as
it's
a parody.
funny. I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
it's hilarious.
I fall
I've been
for it.
franked. I've been franked.
So
We all
I.
have. We've
Frank
all
gets
shared.
everybody.
We've all
He doesn't
shared
post very
franks.
much, so
We've all shared those in the group chat. But yeah, I don't see anything yet. League wide, really nothing. Teams are terrified. That's a pretty hefty fine for getting caught tampering. Did you see all that came out?
yeah.
Yeah, is it a $5 million fine?
Dude, they're talking about stripping draft picks. They're talking about voiding contracts. And the forfeited draft picks would go to the team that you were caught tampering against. Plus fines for team and player. I don't remember the dollar value. It might have been 5.
So
But,
NHL teams beside the Hurricanes, can you just like tamper with us real quick?
It's like somebody needs to break the dam here. Like I think all the teams are sitting around waiting for the hammer to drop.
When one contract comes down, I think the rest of them will start really
Yeah.
coming down.
Jonathan Taves is officially returned.
Well, yes, he's with Winnipeg.
Yep.
All right, here we go. Here's something from Puckpedia. It says the Flyers have signed 28-year-old UFA defenseman Noah Juulsen to a 1-year, one-way contract worth $900K. So there's one.
We may see more trades than anything in the first hour. Because I've been seeing a lot of trades since 11.
Yeah. I'm curious to know, Dylan, where you saw what did you see where it said Kane's working on a trade? Excuse me. Wow, this is kind of anticlimactic.
Yay!
What?
Nothing's happening.
Yeah, I just said yay.
Jeff Merrick. Oh, never mind. That was 12 hours ago. I thought it said 12 minutes. I don't know how like Dallas has got to move somebody out.
They have to.
Like they've got 10 forwards signed. They're over the cap. Or they might have like maybe less than $1 million. I don't know. I don't know how. Like, what are they going to do? They've got to move somebody. All I'm seeing as I scroll Twitter is like people like, here we go, off to the races. The doors are open, and
my buddy just texted me POV. You're waiting for the Canes to make a big signing that will never happen.
Yeah, they weren't kidding.
The top UFA defensemen are Gavrikov, Orlov, Burns, Lindgren, and Dumoulin.
Yep.
Yeah, give me Perbix over any of those guys, except Burns, maybe.
Is Gavrikov right or left?
He's a left.
He's a left.
Because I was going to say, if he was right-handed, Canes needed to jump on that yesterday.
Yeah.
I mean, not literally yesterday, even though That's
All
what they
right,
would have
I'll
done.
be right back. I got to take a phone call. 1 second.
Okay. There we go. Free agency is here. Buckle up, Canes. Yeah. Buckle up. Just sit in the driveway.
Yeah, buckle up, sit in the driveway, turn the radio up, and roll the windows down.
Yeah, I just saw that Orlov 2 by 7.75 in Carolina from 2 years ago. Funny.
This isn't nearly as bad as the draft the other night, though, when we were doing that. And it was taking 6 hours for the Hurricanes to get to their pick.
Yeah, the draft was rough.
Roger McQueen had flown to Disneyland and was taking pictures with Lightning McQueen before the Hurricanes got to their pick.
Colin Blackwell stays in Dallas 2 by 775,000.
So they've got 11 players signed now.
Yeah, but they're out of cap.
They got to move Robertson then. There's no way they're going to make that work.
I don't know. I think if they were planning on moving Robinson, they would have re-signed Granlund. And maybe they still will. I don't know. But I just don't see him willingly moving Robertson without a last-ditch effort. Dylan says, how much stock can I put in what has Bullicane says? 0. Oh, new post from Elliot Friedman. I don't think we're going to hear anything on Nick Ehlers today. This one is going to play out a bit, is what he just said. Why?
I mean, he's the top free agent now, so he's number 1 on the board. So, and there's not really anybody close to him below him, so he can afford to wait.
Yeah, I know. It's just it's frustrating because it's more like it's frustrating as a fan. I'll say that.
It is. But like, this is his last contract, though. I understand why he's doing what he's doing.
Yeah.
His last big one, anyway.
Christian Dvorak won by $4.5 million in Philadelphia.
That makes sense.
Christian Dvorak is a center from moving from Montreal to Philadelphia. So that's all we got so far.
Thayercraft had a good comment there in reference to Ehlers.
Oh. Does him waiting favor or hurt the Canes' chances?
I say hurt.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know.
Sorry about that.
Like, that's all right. I don't know if it hurts them. I mean, he's obviously, the player has known that Carolina's been interested in him. He knows the contract is there if he wants it. I think he's probably going to do his due diligence around the league. But I just believe that no matter what he's offered on the open market, unless somebody offers him like something like $15 million, just like ridiculous amount, I think Carolina would try to get up over anybody at this point. Like, I don't think money is going to be an issue as far as Carolina is concerned. But what I will say about the Canes is we can afford to wait on him at this point because our roster is pretty much set. I mean, like, we don't have to wait on Ehlers' decision before we make additional moves.
Right.
Because there's either, the moves that we could make before an Ehlers' decision won't affect our team money-wise, if that makes sense. Like, the money is there to pay this guy whether he decides right now or he decides next week. Like, we are going to have the money to pay him. And I don't think that's going to prevent us from signing anybody else that we would think that we would need or could get or trade for or whatever. So I think that's a good thing for the Canes. I don't know if it really hurts us or favors us, but some teams out there that would want to get in the mix on signing Ehlers may not have that luxury. But if you look at teams like Anaheim, who have been rumored to be interested, they're in the kind of similar situation than we are as us. I mean, I would say our roster is probably a bit better, but yeah. But some of these teams, like say if Dallas wanted to try to figure out a way to get in the mix to make a trade or something to open up some cap room for Ehlers, they would have to sit around and wait before they made their moves, and by that time, who knows what they could have missed out on. So that's kind of the way I would look at it. I don't know. He's known he's going to market for a while, and who knows? He could circle back to Winnipeg for all we know.
Yeah.
So we'll just have to see it play out. I'd say Carolina's still the favorite right now. I just assume that his agent and his camp are doing their due diligence. That's the way I would look at it.
Yeah, Freeman just said, I don't think we're going to hear anything on Ehlers.
We talked about that.
It's going to play out. Well, maybe I can go outside today.
Maybe I will get a tea time.
I ain't going outside. It's too damn hot. I'll go to the rink later if I do anything.
Cam Robinson says, want a tampering charge? Announce a signing at 12:01. Wait an hour? It's business as usual.
He might have a point about that.
Maybe that's what people were doing.
I use his website a lot, Elite Prospects. I use the hell out of that. So it's I don't know, man. This is just, I like Matthew P's idea. He said make free agency like the draft, like the centralized draft, where basically it's a giant job fair. All everybody's there, and it's like then you get a chance to. What's up?
Christian Dvorak has signed a 1-year deal with the Flyers for $5.4
Yeah, we
million.
talked about that one.
Yeah, we talked about that when you were on the phone too.
Yeah, but Matthew P had a really good idea there. Then it's like, okay, everybody gets a chance to pitch to each individual free agent with everybody else there. It's like X number of teams put an offer in front of them, and then they're like, okay, that one. And I kind of like that idea because then it's like you can have pre-contractual agreements in place and all kinds of other stuff. Let people talk like as soon as the playoffs are over for them or whatever. But as far as like you actually sign this, like basically it's like an auction. So
per Bob McKenzie, he says Nick Ehlers' Swiss-based agent Andre Ruffner is obviously fielding a lot of calls, but says there's no guarantee his client will make a decision today, and it's quite likely to carry over to tomorrow. Subject to change, perhaps, but that's where things are at right now. So nothing new there. Just a word from his agent.
NHL Network is showing trade targets for defensemen, and then there's Keandre Miller, who had his spies. And then everybody's talking about Bowen Byram, but he's going to go to a different team.
We don't need either one of them. Especially Miller because he's left-handed. I think Byron is too. Tell you in 2 seconds.
You know what's funny is the Hurricanes.
Yeah.
So the Canes admin tweeted out, the link to the free agency hub.
Mm-hmm.
And the picture they used on the free agency hub.
Brent Burns.
Brent Burns.
Oh. He'll be the biggest signing if he signs with us today, which is crazy.
At the rate it's going, yeah.
I honestly expect him to.
At this point, there ain't many other options.
Over $3 million.
I mean, does it matter? We got to get to the cap floor, dude.
Yeah.
What are we still $4 million away from the cap floor?
I'll tell you in a moment.
I think it's like $20 million, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why it's like if Burns gets $5 million today, it's not going to surprise me.
Well, Ehlers would put us over the cap floor, obviously, but
100%.
What
would you think he would get? Like just under 10?
No, more like somewhere between 8 and 9.
Who, Ehlers?
Ehlers, yeah.
It depends on what his term is.
Let's say if it's an 8.
Well, it can only be a 7.
So
whatever, 7.
So whatever 70.6 million is the floor, and Carolina's projected cap hit currently sits at $68,784 or $784,042.
Say that again. What is the cap floor?
$70.6 million, and
So we're
Carolina currently sits at $68,784,042.
So we're $2 million away from the floor.
Roughly, yeah. So
Right.
not much.
I mean, I don't know who else you bring in unless you just want
to are in on Ehlers.
Of course they are. Who said that?
Adrian Dater.
I have no
He
idea
works
who
for
that
NHL
is.
Network, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's relatively reliable.
How?
I mean,
how they go pay? They go let Nate just go?
probably.
They'll probably trade him.
That would be ironic as hell if Nate just got traded because of that, considering he was the main piece when Carolina tried to bring Ehlers here last season.
The Stars have announced Glenn Gultson as their new head coach.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
He was the head coach of the Stars.
Or day before yesterday, something like that.
Is he an assistant? He was an assistant for the Oilers, I assume.
I can't believe it is odd to me that Stankoven signed that deal.
Why?
He has a whole year. First of all,
he likes it here,
and it's $6 million. He could have come out and had a really good year and scored 30 goals and gotten 8 or 7.5.
Amen.
Could have got the Jarvis contract.
From making $900K to $6 million, I'd sign it.
I mean, I get you. I get it, but
you just didn't expect it.
No, I didn't. I didn't expect.
Yeah.
I just assumed that he would go to next year and he would be one of those guys that was like we were worried about an offer sheet, like Jarvis. Like we didn't sign, but of course we didn't have the cap space when Jarvis was, up for it. But
I was terrified of Jarvis getting offer sheeted that
Who
entire time.
did we move to get rid of for him to sign?
Who? Jarvis?
Yeah.
Nate or
Gensel didn't come back.
Gensel,
So.
Yeah, Gensel
yeah. That's what it was. Well, we got a lot of our young guys signed. We got Aho, we got Svetch, we got not young, but under 30s.
Aho's young in the grand scheme of things.
So Svetch, Aho, Jarvis, Stankoven, and that's it.
Well, my favorite part about Stankoven being signed, I hope that they'll leave him with Martinook and Stahl and not keep stapling Jarvis to them, because Jarvis needs to be with Aho. And if anybody's on pins and needles right now, it's probably Aho, because he hasn't had good line mates for a long time.
Honestly, I like Jarvis playing on the left wing last year.
Yeah, he looked good there. That's why it's like if they did that line again, put Svechnikov on the right, because he'll score more from there. Like the heat maps on Money Puck and everything else show that.
Yeah, you saw him in the playoffs.
Yeah, that too.
I think he's going to improve a lot after he had such a strong playoffs, because I think he needed that to get over the hump after the ACL injury. And it looks like he's starting to become that power forward sniper. Bouchard is on NHL.
Colorado extends Parker Kelly 4 years, $1.7 million.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so there goes some of their cap.
Yeah, you know what? All these contracts are probably agreed upon. They just won't announce them yet.
Yeah,
I think we'll probably be here for an hour, maybe.
Yeah, it'll be 1 o'clock before we start seeing anything at least.
Flyers announced the Dvorak contract.
Yeah, he played for Montreal last year. Yeah, that's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was who they went and...
Good for him.
That's who they... Christian Dvorak was who Montreal traded for after the Aho offer sheet fell through.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Who did he play for before?
Arizona.
Oh, okay. Maybe you could get Nick Schmaltz in a trade.
I don't think that does much for Carolina. I wanted Schmaltz a couple of years ago, but he's mostly on the wing now.
I
So
don't like his brother.
yeah, that too.
Do you like his brother or don't like his brother?
No, I don't.
No. That that was the guy that got upset when they were talking about how like the Hurricane was an offensive mascot or something, and I like broke down that every single mascot in some way or another is
Colin
capable of
Blackwell
you.
has re-signed with Dallas.
Yes.
Yeah, we knew about that one.
Who was Nick Schmaltz's brother? Jordan
Jordan.
Schmaltz? Yeah, that's right.
The people's inside. The people. Whatever he calls himself.
He's the people's insider. Does he still play in the league?
Fuck no. I'm sorry. No, not for a while. He's not played in a while. He spent most of his days in the American League anyway.
Yeah.
And I think he was like a 9th overall pick or something like that. That just shows you draft order doesn't mean as much as it used to.
So Friedman said in his article on Nikolai Ehlers, Carolina's been my pick. There will be many pursuers, but I've heard Washington wants to make its pitch.
I don't know, man. I mean, after their performance in the playoffs, it will work. Maybe Kuzi goes back to Washington if he gets signed.
That they don't need him.
Yeah, I don't know about
They've
that.
already got enough centers.
Well, it'd be nice for Ovi.
No, I don't want what's nice for Ovi though. I want Ovi to ride off into the sunset going, wow, I'm glad I got the goal scoring record last year.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's still drinking Pepsi and on the bench. And
Oh, those days are over though. You're not going to see much more of that.
no, he literally said in an interview a couple of months ago that he still does it.
No, I'm just saying, not from him. I'm just saying in general. Like,
Oh yeah.
You can't keep up doing that nowadays because Gretzky used to drink Diet Coke on the bench.
And he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, so it's like, but the days of players doing stuff like that are kind of over just because like you have to work so hard to keep up. You have to keep yourself in shape. And if you're talking about the league expanding, players are going to have to work even harder now to meet just the physical fitness that they have to be in to be able to play. And, you know, the game's faster and more skilled than it ever was. You can't afford to be out of shape. Or, you know, your boy Scott Darling when he showed up to camp.
Okay.
Yes.
Real quick. Listen. So Dan Milstein, who is an agent for the Gold Star Group, has tweeted and says, congratulations to Amir Miftakov on signing a 1-year NHL contract with Carolina. He's a goalie. Amir Miftakov.
He was really good in the K.
Miftakov.
Yeah. So that's being reported.
Corey said the Hurricanes with their second goalie in as many days. This one was long rumored.
I mean, I guess that's your other goalie in Chicago?
Yeah.
It doesn't say a 2-way contract or anything.
Oh, that's right. It doesn't. It says 1-way, according to the agent.
Really?
Yes.
Goodbye, Pyotr Kochetkov.
No. It just
Not
says
yet.
1-year NHL contract.
Yeah, I'm one. See, I'm one.
It's probably a 2-way deal.
Yeah, I'm sure it is.
If Kochetkov had already been moved, then maybe. Like, but he's that insane KHL goalie. I mean, while we're talking about other insane Russian goalies.
Yeah, speaking of the draft, we're drafting some good guys, man.
They
Is
didn't
that
get
that
anybody
good?
I wanted, though.
Is Miftakov that guy that's like Svetch's best friend or something?
Yeah, I think so.
Is that him? The one they were talking about?
Brandon, I like that defenseman, that Russian defenseman who was
I
drafted
do
in the
too,
third
but
round.
like, I don't know if you guys saw me crash out on that stream after Colin Potter got drafted because I was mad when Carolina traded the pick and then Mason West, who I really wanted, went next. And then the pick after that, Joshua Ravensbergen went. And then at 32, Colin Potter went. And I'm like, well, that was 3 of the 5 that I wanted right there. And then who drafted Milton Gastrin? Because that was another one.
Hey, man, I'm just saying Russians are built different.
Yeah, and the entire team it's basically going to be Aho, Slavin, and a bunch of Russians.
Good.
At the rate it's going, which I'm not upset about, but
I don't know. I've never heard. I guess I have heard of him, but I never really paid attention.
yeah, the Caps drafted Gastrin. Damn it.
What?
He's 25 years old.
What were his stats?
I'm looking him up. He's 6'1", 165, so that's kind of it's not huge.
Devils closing in on Connor Brown.
Damn it. I don't want to see them get anybody.
I don't think it's going to save them anyway.
Nope. He had 30 points last year. He's a +9.
So Miftakov was drafted in 2020 in the 6th round by Tampa. They've got him, on Elite Prospects. They've got him registered as Carolina Hurricanes signed.
No two-way or anything, though.
I'm looking. Carolina Hurricanes. So last year in the K, he played 30 games. His goals against average was 2.18. His save percentage was a 927. It's pretty solid. Yeah. So there you go. Wait, was that? I don't know. Let me check Puckpedia and see if it's up there yet. That'll tell us if it's a.
Yeah, because they tend to post that stuff really, really fast.
Yeah, they do.
But yeah, I did confirm
Yeah,
that
they've got it.
Nikov's friend.
Brock Besser returning to Vancouver.
I didn't want him anyway, so.
What's the deal?
That's funny though.
Besser back to
Vancouver.
Nothing pointed to that.
No.
What's the details on the deal?
I'm looking. Hold on. 1 year.
And I remember when Pierre LeBrun used to be really quick on these signings. But no, not anymore, I guess.
It's a $775,000 contract, 1 year. 1 year with the contract. Doesn't say.
I know, Frank. This is riveting.
Hello, Frank.
Yeah, Frank's just over here waiting for something to happen.
How's Frank doing these days?
Oh, he's great.
Good.
He's hanging out on his dog bed. He was really good at that place we went to. He behaved really well.
I know, especially when that dog was being an ass.
Yeah, that other dog was just, and Frank's just like, eh. He's a pretty chill boy. He has about the only thing he has a hard time with down here is storms.
Besser got a 7 by 7.25 deal in Vancouver.
For Besser?
Yeah.
Somebody tweeted going from Brock Besser to Evander Kane back to Brock Besser is like trading in a golden retriever for a raccoon in a leather jacket. I'm happy for Jonathan Taves, man. He deserves it. He's been battling those injuries and but now he's back. That's a good thing. Let's see here. Yeah, the 7.25. William Eklund has agreed to a 3-year deal for 4.6. For 5.6. So Eklund is off the board, but he was an RFA
anyways. I still can't find whether if it's a 2-way or 1-way.
They'll probably the Hurricanes will probably put something out here in like 20 minutes.
I'd be willing to bet it's 2-way.
It's got to be, right?
Yeah, I'd assume so. I mean, his stats weren't that good, right? like popped off the charts.
He had a 927 save percentage in the KHL, 30 games.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't. Maybe.
I mean, that's solid.
Man, San Jose is going to be a powerhouse in the next couple of years with all this talent they have.
You know, I don't know, man. At this point, like, Emily Kaplan reporting the door isn't closed on Edmonton with Corey Perry.
I figured, man.
I think at this point, if you can't get Ehlers, if you can't get Ehlers, then that's
trade.
That's really it.
Maybe you can come in late and get Granlund, but that's highly unlikely.
I don't even. Just wait at this point. I did not have Besser going back to Vancouver.
Neither did I.
Like, that's wild to me. I thought he hated it there.
That's the impression I got.
I mean, maybe there's just he couldn't find anything out there better than his offer from Vancouver. Chance says, hearing that Eric Tulsky is sleeping.
I'm about to be.
Cavery the Cane. Cavery the.
Yeah, Cavery.
Okay. Give Ehlers $15 million right now. I don't know about that.
Even if we did, I think the league might void that contract. They'd be like, no, that's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Because they can do that.
God, one of my friends is so negative.
Is his name Sam?
No. No Besser and probably no Ehlers. I'm like, dude, I don't think anybody here wanted Besser.
Besser, I wasn't opposed to bringing him, but it's like I'd rather see what the Canes have with Nadeau first before you go out and spend the money on Besser.
Man, I saw his shot in the World Juniors. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, he's just slow and he's injury prone.
Sounds like Ovechkin, but not with the injuries.
Yeah. That dude, he's never hurt.
He broke his leg this year, didn't he? And then he came back in like 4 weeks.
Yeah. Like, dude's a tank. The only time he's really missed games is when he refuses to play in the All-Star game and he sits for the mandatory 1-game suspension, and then he just comes right back.
Do you know Shabanov? He's a Russian player.
No.
The Flyers, Utah, and the Rangers and Islanders are in on him. I don't know. Maybe he's a highly touted guy. What do you think about the Utah Mammoth?
I think it's a cool name.
I think it's cool too. I like it.
Yeah, I like their logo and their colors and everything like that. It's simple.
It looks like something you would create in an NHL game.
Yeah. Maybe that's what they were going for.
I liked Yeti better.
Yeah, the cooler company stepped in and was like, no, we're not going to do that.
They shouldn't have. They would have had a perfect opportunity for
marketing and stuff.
Corey Perry to LA.
Wow.
Oh, well, there's something. Maybe that'll bust the floodgates open here.
Is there any like AAV involved?
Not yet. Just currently Corey Perry finalizing a deal with LA Kings per Bob McKenzie.
Who are you looking at? How are you seeing all this?
Huh?
Friedman?
No, Chris Johnston reported Corey Perry finalizing a deal with LA per the legend Bob McKenzie. It was probably announced live on TSN's broadcast.
Yeah. Chris Johnston's a good source too. I like him.
Yeah, he's TSN. He's part of the Athletic. He's always on. Is it Steve Dangle's shows?
Yeah.
That dude is so miserable, man.
Yeah. I'll never forget
crash outs.
The crash out after the David Ayers thing was the best one.
Oh my God, that was so funny.
We lose to a Zamboni driver that works for the team. Man, I remember being at work watching that game, and I'm just sitting there in disbelief. I'm like, this is actually happening. And then they when Martinook said what he said when David Ayers came in the locker room and it never got hurt again. And I'm like, that definitely will not be in the Disney Plus adaptation that they're making.
What did you think he said to him?
Oh no, I heard what he said. He said
What,
David
Ayers?
F. and Ayers. No, Martinook
Oh.
said that when David Ayers walked in the locker room.
Oh, when they poured all the water on him.
Yeah, when they were dumping water on him and everything. Man, that was something that day really was. But
Good.
I remember like when let's see, who were the goalies back then? It was Mrazek and Reimer. And when Mrazek and Reimer both got hurt, and then he goes out there, I'm like, yeah, Canes are screwed. They're going to lose this by like 8. And then it went down the way it did.
I'm going to play something real quick.
Play it.
I accidentally kicked Brandon from the stream. Oh, jeez. Oh, my bad. He's gonna be.
I'm gonna play something. Kicks him out.
I was trying to remove his. I was trying to remove his slideshow, and I didn't realize it was going to kick him out. Oh, let me resend him a link here. Oh, that's funny.
I wonder if he texted in the group chat. No, he didn't.
Oops.
The buttons aren't that close, are they?
Well, I clicked on the slideshow to like share my screen, and it said kick guest, and I hit kick guest. I thought it was just going to kick out the slideshow, but it kicked out him.
Or said kick the fuck out.
Text him and tell him to read. Just tell him I'm resend him the link.
He's watching in the chat. Brandon kicked before Sam is what he just said. I love J-Dub.
My bad, buddy.
We needed a laugh though, because damn, this is uneventful. This free agency is.
Did you hear what
Griff
happened?
just goes, oh, I kicked him.
No, I didn't.
I was trying to remove your slideshow so I could share my screen, and I didn't realize that the slideshow was linked to you, and so I kicked the slideshow and it kicked you.
Sir Valley just dropped a couple of nuggets on Ehlers.
That's what I'm about to play. I'm about to play that literally. Don't read it.
Don't kick me.
I'll kick you out of here.
He knows how to do it now, so.
All right.
I can tell you a couple things on Nikolai Ehlers. One is that he wants to be somewhere warm, so probably not going back to Winnipeg, even though the Jets made some significant pleas to keep him. And two, he's played in a white-hot market for so long that's so intense that I think part of his process in terms of also getting to somewhere warm is maybe a market that doesn't have as much intensity to it. So those are some of the things that were on his wish list. The team that everyone kept talking about was the Carolina Hurricanes. I would add in the Washington Capitals. I know the Caps had something big up their sleeves. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but certainly Nikolai Ehlers would count as that. And outside of that, I'm not entirely sure what exactly the Caps would be swinging big on if it's not Ehlers, given what this market looks like.
Somebody tell Nick that Washington is not warm.
It's not.
Yeah.
I used to live there. It's warm compared to Winnipeg, but it ain't warm.
So the goalie you were talking about, Griff, it's a 2-way contract.
Okay.
So Washington has 6.
Hey, let me know in the chat. Let me real quick. Sorry, let me interrupt you. Hey,
yeah.
Somebody, J-Dub or whoever's in there in the chat, let me know if you guys could hear that clip. Like, I know we heard it on our end, but I don't know if it made it across the stream. So if somebody could just say yes or no, let me know if you heard the clip. I'd appreciate it. Sorry, Brandon, go ahead.
Joel Armia.
So Washington only has 6,950,000 in cap space. So if they're going to throw something at Ehlers, somebody's got to go. Somebody's got to come off the books for Washington. So
and it's got to be a lot of money.
Yeah, because Carolina can outbid whatever. If they only throw all their available cap space at him, Carolina's got them beat there by a lot.
Couple updates here. Joel Armia to the Kings. We knew Corey Perry to the Kings. Looks like Dan Vladar is going to Philly on a 2 by 3.35 deal. Philly needs a goaltender bad. So that's a couple updates that I've seen come across. Stuff starting to trickle in here now.
Some people on Twitter and my buddy just said that we should have signed Patrick Kane. I mean, people are just idiots.
No, Patrick Kane wouldn't work here.
He's
I can
30
tell you
and
that.
he's 36.
Yeah, we're trying to get younger.
And we're trying to compete.
Dude, I just saw, man, these people.
Emily Kaplan believes Vlad Gavrikov is going to the Rangers. Yeah, I figured that one. That was talked about a couple of days ago.
Yeah, so Keandre's going somewhere else. Fuck him. I'm sorry. Bad language. My bad.
Oh, you're good. I don't know. That can't be true.
Washington's got to move somebody out if they're gonna be able to take a swing at Ehlers.
The Kane said, "Let's have a day, y'all," and Brandon just goes, "Sure."
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I'm surprised they haven't blocked me yet, even though I've never said anything egregiously bad to them. But I've said, it's like yesterday that they put the phone number out to track free agency, and I just wrote LOL on it.
Dan Vladar signs a 2-year contract with the Flyers, so I guess that's
Maybe
their
I
goalie
literally
now?
just said that.
Oh yeah, my bad.
Yeah, he literally just said that.
He's reading. He wasn't listening. It's all good.
I have to give my body something exciting while I'm
Dude,
reading a bunch of stuff.
If Ehlers were to go to Washington, I don't know what I would do.
I'll tell you what I would do.
What?
Leave the stream.
I mean, they still wouldn't beat us in the playoffs anyway, but
Still, though, God, Washington?
That would suck because they're in our division, but
Brandon.
Hold on. Here we go. Another update.
Oh, hold on.
Minnesota Wild are closing in on bringing back free agent center Nico Sturm.
Oh. Brandon, my buddy says for 1 year, $3 million, I would like Patrick Kane any day of the week.
not happening.
You met him before, Grayson.
Yeah, Grayson is wrong about that. And I almost
Gage Goncalves has re-signed with Tampa 2 by 1.2.
Was he the one that I almost cussed out because I thought he was your cousin when he put his arm in the door last time I was up there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I remember he put his arm through the door and I thought it was your cousin. And I started to say, who the F are you? And then I was like, oh, wait, different white arm. No, I don't think Patrick Kane would be a good fit with the Canes, even if I don't think he'd go there anyway.
Dennis going to have $30 million next year.
Wow. So Corey Perry to the Kings. Does that mean the Kings finally get by Edmonton this year?
Yeah, they'll get to the Stanley Cup Finals and lose.
To Florida.
Hopefully to the Canes, but
to Florida.
The Ferrari extension is finally announced.
Oh, Martin Ferravari re-signed 7-year deal in Washington.
I just said that.
Did you?
Uh-huh.
Got you back.
Yep.
yeah, $6 million, 7 years, and that starts in 26, 27. So that wouldn't affect them signing. That wouldn't affect them signing Ehlers.
Come on, NHL, do something. Hurricanes, do something.
Hurricanes particularly do something. Seems like
that meme with the guy poking a stick at him.
I don't know, though. I don't know what there is to do at this point. You just wait on Ehlers. They've probably made their pitch to him. I'm sure they've made their pitch.
Had to.
But we just wait on Ehlers' decision. And I think, at that point, if he signs, great. If he doesn't, then you're just going into the season with what we got. Figure out your defense. You figure out whether it's going to be Burns or if you're going to bring in someone else at that point. Or they're probably doing that now. And if there's, pending a trade, unless there's a trade somewhere, I think you just roll with what you got. I mean, I know our roster is currently constructed as a playoff team. I believe we're still. I mean, it's no different, really.
Yeah, after this year, we're still a playoff team. 100%.
Magneto Kane's still making Gordon Ramsay memes about Eric Tulsky. It's raw.
It's fucking
For some
raw.
odd reason, when British people get angry and argue with each other, it's hilarious. I don't know why, but it's just that some of the phrases that they come up with. It's just funny to me.
I remember Shane Gillis did the Conor McGregor thing about the Irish dude. I'm gonna kill ya. You're a gazelle. And then Nate Diaz was like, I don't even know what that is, dog.
Friedman just said New Jersey is making a strong pitch at Connor Brown. That's late, Elliot.
Mm-hmm. Chris Johnston has been the guy who I'm watching right now.
Would you guys okay, Gavrikov confirmed to the Rangers.
Yeah, the couple of days ago that was pretty
I
apparent.
figured.
Tampering.
Yeah, tamper. The Capitals are trending on Twitter.
Screw the Caps.
It's just on Farivari.
As soon as I know the schedule, I'm gonna go ahead and get my plane ticket to fly back up there when Carolina plays them. I can't let them keep getting away with existing without being purged by me.
Brandon, did you see that my Nikishin jersey was ordered? I was supposed to get it a couple days ago.
Which one did you get?
The white one.
That's the one I'm going to get to because I've only got one white one and it's never going to leave my closet. That's my Made in Canada Aho one. So I'm going to try to get him.
I never had a white one because my mom got me one for Christmas and it didn't fit.
7x7 for Gavrikov in New York.
Wow. All right.
Wow, this is
what was Gavrikov's stats last year?
Good. Hey, is Cody Ceci a UFA?
Yes.
I saw somebody on Twitter.
Gavrikov was a plus 26. He had 30 points.
I saw somebody on Twitter say something about Cody Ceci being a fit in Carolina besides Slavin.
He was good when he played in Edmonton for a little bit. Yeah, he's still a he finished with 24 points and was a +6 this year.
Who?
6'3", 210. No, CC.
Oh, CC. Yeah, but that was between the Sharks and the Stars. All right, there's some comments I'll get to here. Cavery says we dead ass going to have 30 million next year. Yeah, or more. Jeremy Mayhew, Canes, please do something. They're trying, I'm sure. Jeremy says New York, get the big D man. Or maybe he's talking about Gott. Maybe he's talking about Gavrikov.
He's talking about Gavrikov.
Says, guess we're just going to sit on our hands. No, they're not. So much for a big splash. It's not over. We've been talking about this. I don't know how long you've been listening, but we've been talking about, how today may take a while to materialize because of the everybody trying to avoid the tampering. Where did AB go? Accidentally hit the extension cord, he said.
Oh. No, I thought you made him pull the ejection handle like you did to me.
No. Oh man, Colorado signs TJ Tynan and Jack Akin.
No idea.
Yeah, Akin is a defenseman and Tynan is a forward. 1-year contracts. Never heard of them, but good for you, Colorado. Yeah, this is I mean, they're starting to roll in a little bit. There's AB. He's back.
So my extension cord is right underneath my feet, and I kicked my foot out, and the button flipped, and it turned off.
Real quick, while we're still waiting on some of this stuff to come in, if you're watching and this is your first time hanging out, if you're watching on YouTube, give us a thumbs up, give us a subscribe to the channel, hit the notification bell so you get a reminder whenever we do these things, whenever we go live. If you're watching on X, which we have currently 638
Wow.
right
Thanks,
now.
guys, for
Make
tuning in.
that 640 currently live viewing on X, and we have 16 currently live viewing on YouTube. 658 total. So if you're watching on X, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a share, all that good stuff. We are closing in on our second full hour of this stream. We hit noon. We've been just trying to talk about these signings as they come across. The Connor Brown signing with the Devils is final. 4 years at $3 million per year. That's
Not
pretty
bad.
decent. It's a pretty decent contract for Jersey.
Who reported that?
Dave McCarthy.
Oh, I thought Johnston was going to.
Keandre Miller to Carolina.
What?
New York working on sending Keandre Miller to Carolina.
No.
Elliot Friedman.
No, God. No.
Relax, dude. Relax. Jesus Christ.
No, I do not want him. I do not.
Keandre Miller to Carolina.
How much is?
Hold on. Let me bring up the tweet so that way everybody.
Sorry, that was my instinct. My bad.
That was
Didn't
loud,
mean to
dude.
Freak out. My bad.
Yeah, or
on
they're
me.
playing the
Wow.
high-speed bongo drum.
My bad. Oh
Keandre
gosh.
Miller?
I
What does
thought
he
you were
do?
I thought you were gonna say Ehlers. That's why I got my heart started racing. I was about to do something.
What is he a right hand? Is he a right
He's
hand?
No.
lefty. He's a lefty. Oh,
What's going back? Nothing?
25.
Why in the hell would they? I mean, I don't know if I hate it. I don't know if I hate it.
Well, Brett Burns isn't coming back.
I mean, I don't know if he has a 90.
Don't say that yet because we don't know
mean,
what the return is. It
we
might
could
be
see-
it might be Goss spare.
Yeah.
If they traded Goss spare for Keandre Miller, I'm going to be really, really pissed.
No
Or are you
way.
just gonna take off? your
No,
headphones
because the
and walk?
Rangers need cap space. This is not going to be, just so everybody sees it here. I'll share.
I'd rather them have brought Orlov back, man.
Well, thinking about it now, I mean, Miller's a tall defenseman.
Yeah,
So
he's
here it
big
is.
and he's physical, but
It's right here. New York Rangers working on sending Keandre Miller to Carolina.
He's an RFA, isn't he?
Yeah, but I don't know if I hate it. Like, I don't think it's just odd to me because I don't know where he fits. You've
Neither
got
do
Slavin, Nikishin, and Gostisbehere on the left. You've got nobody on the right first pair, and then you've got Chatfield. Sorry, I'm just a little scatterbrained right now. Chatfield and Walker on the right. You don't have.
it has to be Ghost.
Yeah, it has to be.
They're not trading Ghost for Miller. Why? What do you
That's why-
gain by?
Yeah,
It's not
but it's
Ghost.
like you'd have 4 left-handed defensemen if you bring Miller in and Ghost doesn't go out, and Nikishin and Slavin ain't going anywhere.
It's not Ghost. This is
I'm
gotta
afraid
be,
it's Ghost.
Why? Like, there's no way. That doesn't do anything. Like, that doesn't move the needle. That does nothing. It's not Ghost. There's no freaking way.
Who else would it be, though? It's like you have
Nothing.
4 left-handed defensemen if you bring Keandre Miller in.
Maybe they're going to have somebody play their offside, but Keandre's a big dude.
Yeah, 6'5".
Yeah, Dylan on it right there. Keandre Miller is 6'5", 210. I don't know if there's anything. Maybe it's KK. Like, I don't know. Like,
Please.
Okay, go ahead and trade KK, but who are you going to put at center?
Maybe they have a plan.
They're already really thin at that position.
I don't. But I'm just a little shocked. I'm not gonna lie. Little. Did not expect that.
That wasn't on my bingo card today.
No, not at all. I mean, I don't.
Yeah,
I'm indifferent right now. Like, I don't hate it. I'm not ready to freaking.
I mean, the only other thing, if they're going to have somebody play their offside, that should probably be Nikishin, so they can put him with Slavin.
Yeah, I may have overreacted.
I don't hate that at all, because he
little
played
bit.
on his offside pretty frequently in SKA and Spartak Moscow, and
Or maybe Keandre plays with Slavin.
I'd rather put Nikishin up there.
So listen to this.
Nikishin played his offside, didn't he? In Russia?
In the K and in the Olympics, he did it a lot, and he was pretty successful. If they're actually doing that and taking things in a little bit different of a direction, I'm actually okay with that, because this team's got this religiosity and it needs to give up a little bit of it. And if you're putting your 2 best defensemen, or who will be your other best defenseman, with your current best defenseman, so that pair can play some meaningful minutes, I don't hate that.
Say that again. Sorry, I was reading.
So basically what I'm saying is, it's like the team, and this isn't an indictment on Rob by any means, because it's an industry standard and most teams go for the 3 right-handed defensemen, 3 left-handed defensemen. Now, if this is signaling a little bit of a change in direction in the team, where they're like, we're going to put our best defenseman with who is going to be our other best defenseman, who's going to be the most productive defenseman, if they're putting them together, that's Slavin and Nikishin on the same pair, I don't hate that. That gives the opportunity for Nikishin to produce higher quality shots and some more offense.
Yeah.
So if that's what happens, if they put Nikishin with Slavin and have Chatfield and like, let's see, how else would they configure it then? You could put Chatfield and Ghost back together and then have Walker with Keandre Miller potentially. Like, there's a multitude of options you can do there. But if they're bringing him in and not moving Ghost out, Nikishin and Slavin pairing, that becomes a very big possibility.
So I just looked at Miller's stats, and he's been a plus 23, plus 12, plus 5, plus 0. And last year he had 27 points in 74 games.
He's a good defenseman. Like, he's
I overreacted.
I didn't see it. Like,
well, I mean, we didn't expect this. That's the thing.
He averaged
real quick,
21 minutes and 57 seconds last year of ice time.
Real quick, Chris Johnson says, as Carolina and the Rangers finalize a Keandre Miller trade, the Canes are working on an extension with the RFA per sources. So we'll bring him over extended.
Okay.
Wow, that's
well,
not.
He throws hits, and he's a big dude. He's physical. Like,
yeah, I don't hate it. I just didn't.
I don't hate it. I'm
said,
just surprised.
I'm shocked. I was waiting for the Brent Burns, which does that signal the end of the Brent Burns time as a Cane?
I think it does.
Well, we also have to consider this, even though it's highly unlikely. What if Chatfield, who's going back? Then you have. I don't think it would be.
No way.
I don't think it would be, but you know, it's like we don't know what the return is.
Rod would quit.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way that would ever happen.
Chatfield is.
We know, Chance. We know.
Chatfield is on a team-friendly deal for 2 more years. There's no way. There's no Chatfield ain't going anywhere. That would be again. I don't think a defenseman's going back. I think the Rangers are trying to. Well, I don't know.
Maybe Jankowski?
No, they ain't gonna get rid of a center.
No, we're way too thin at that position.
But real quick, Tanner Jeannot to Boston, 5 years by 3.4. Michael Pezzetta to Toronto, 2 by 7.5, which makes 7.75. But anyway, so that's a couple updates. I'm really interested to see the return. It's gotta be futures. Maybe it's a prospect. Maybe see
Morrow.
Could be Morrow. Could be Nadeau.
I don't think it'll be Nadeau. If it's any of the prospects, I think it would be Felix Unger-Sorum or someone like that.
Or it could be a defensive prospect too.
Yeah.
Could we see Badinka go back?
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Somebody's probably getting pulled off the ice at prospects camp right now.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
No, I take that back. They delayed it to 2 p.m. So that might mean that one of the prospects is involved in the trade if they pushed it back 2 hours.
They pushed
my
back
bad
2 hours?
for
prospect camp. It was supposed to start at noon today. The ice time was, and they pushed it back to 2.
Huh.
So
my bad for the overreaction. I was just shocked, and then I heard
nobody's mad at you.
and then I
ain't mad at you.
Freaked out.
I was just trying to talk, and you were just yelling no into the microphone. And I was like, dude, chill.
You sounded like Hitler in Inglourious Bastards, where he's banging his hand on the table.
Why
yelling,
would you ever mention that name on a live stream?
He was a character in the movie.
No, you said the German dictator.
Well,
yeah.
I will say
existed.
This. Yeah, I was like, maybe we should just end the stream, and then boom, Keandre Miller to Carolina. I was like, never mind.
It is official. He has been traded.
Where did you see that?
Oh, it's reportedly. My bad. I read it wrong. It was the NHL Network. Put it out.
We're extending the guy, so it's probably going to be a. Wow, I am flabbergasted.
It may be like a $5 million deal or 4.
I don't know. I just want to know what's going back. That's all I care about right now.
This I was not expecting.
AB from the Canes Hockey 92 said Slavin Nikishin, Miller Chatfield, Ghost Walker.
Yeah, that's what we were kind of floating around.
If anybody's going to be able to play their offside, it'll be Nikishin.
Nicky, yeah.
I saw that come across. I was like, wait a second, is this the fake Friedman account?
Or Franck?
Yeah, like I thought I was about to get Franked, but no.
See, before I went and looked at it myself, I was this close to saying, I'm like, I think you got Franked. But no, it's not a Franck.
No, it's legit.
My dog's looking at me right now. Why do you keep calling my name? You're not Franck, bro. If I'd known that was a thing, I probably would have changed your name after I got you from the shelter. What's your dog's name? Franck? Why is he named Franck?
So I'm curious. So Rangers for Life just liked the stream. I'm curious if Rangers for Life is in the chat right now.
Yeah. Any insight you have?
If you're in here, Rangers for Life, let me know in the chat. I might just have to bring him in, maybe. Wow. Oh, there he is. What's up, Rangers for Life? I'm assuming you're in here because of the news that just dropped. Yeah, we're a little shocked. Obviously, I'm sure you are too. Didn't expect an in-division trade for Keandre Miller, but
no.
He says haven't heard anything about Key. LOL. No, he's just kidding. Yeah, so we're just a little shocked. I saw you like the streams. Curious if you're in here. What do you think about it? If you want to just share in the chat? I'm just curious what your thoughts are about you know, his fit in Carolina. We've been tossing around the idea that he might play. You know, did he play his offside much in New York? I'm just curious if he ever played his offside. I didn't watch the Rangers close enough.
Was he paired with Fox?
Did he play with Adam Fox?
Here, I'll tell you. Here, let me pull Money Puck up, and I'll be able to tell you everybody he played with. Give me a sec.
I've seen him play with Lindgren too when he was on the Rangers. But I think maybe it was Fox.
Hold up, I'll tell you. Give me a second. I'm pulling it up. Okay. All right, so minimum ice time 150 minutes. Miller, Fox, Miller, Borgen. Then let me move it down a little bit.
So he played the most with Fox?
Yeah. Let me see. Minutes. He played 135 minutes or let me go back and actually read the minutes here. Give me a second. So
take your time.
Miller played 135 minutes with Braden Schneider. He played 313 minutes with, he played 318.2 minutes with Adam Fox, and he played 683.8 minutes with Will Borgen.
Okay.
Man, dude, if we were going to get a left-handed defenseman from the Rangers, I would have liked to have gotten Zach Jones.
Hey, Pops just joined us. Says, hi, guys. Just got home. We'll catch up in a bit. Well, Pops, breaking news. Just real quick to run you through what the Canes have done. And this is a good recap for everybody before we continue. Ehlers is currently waiting to, I guess, doing his due diligence. So we don't know anything on that yet. Could happen tomorrow. Could happen later today. We'll see. We have re-signed Logan Stankoven, 8 years by $6 million on average annual value. Awesome contract. Stank's here for 8 more. And breaking news, Carolina is working on a trade with the New York Rangers that will send Keandre Miller to Carolina with an extension, waiting on details to see what the return is going back to New York and what the contract looks like. So Keandre Miller to Carolina, details to follow. We're all a little shocked about the trade, and we've been kind of trying to chew on it, see where he would fit, but it really depends on what the return is, going out. So what is that noise? Y'all hear that?
AB, I think that's you, buddy.
Sorry.
Oh, he was typing, and I think his table was reverberating from it.
Yeah.
So I just realized this. So there's believing in a player not to sign him, and then there's really not believing in a player to trade him in conference.
Yeah. Pops also says, why the goalie we signed? Real surprise to me. You talking about today, or are you talking about Primo from yesterday? Primo yesterday was these two goalies we signed are basically our AHL level goalies. So, and it's good insurance. I just dropped. Where'd my camera go? There we go. These two goalies that we signed between yesterday and today are basically insurance for, dude, Chance, don't even.
What happened?
Dude, don't even. That's not true.
He's not going. Yeah.
I'm not even going to entertain that. But yeah, Primo. Primo is a really good AHL level goalie who's got some NHL experience with with Montreal. And he's got really, really good numbers in the AHL. I think last season he was like 1.9 goals against and a 920 some save percentage. So he's basically replacing Spencer Martin and Dustin Tokarski. He's a better number 3 than those two guys, in my opinion. So just some insurance when the inevitable event of Freddie going out with an injury. Primo is an experienced guy that can come up and back up and play some games. So enough of that. Just real quick to catch Pops up. Cavery says, not mad about Miller. I'm kind of talking myself up into it, I think. Again, I think we were just shocked because we didn't expect it. It was nobody had linked the two teams to a trade. And since when has New York and Carolina ever played nice? Since is that where we traded Eric Stahl?
That's where Eric Stahl, Brady Shea, Um,
Tony,
Yeah.
well, technically he was on
Well,
waivers.
that's true. So I guess there is a little bit of a history there, but not recent.
Jesper Fost.
That's
No,
true.
he was a
Jesper
free
Fost.
agency
Free agent,
signing.
yeah, that's right. My bad.
Let's see.
Oh, this would be cool.
That would be cool.
I would love Trocheck back.
I'd be more concerned with getting Cooley, honestly.
I'd rather have Cooley than Trocheck. I know Trocheck fills a need, but I don't know
Then
if
it'll
Trocheck
probably
would want
be Blake back.
No.
Or if it was both them, it'd be probably Blake and somebody else.
I don't think it's going to be Blake.
Well, I mean, if they're getting...
that's not a trade Carolina makes. This has got like the Rangers have been trying to get rid of Keandre, right? I don't know if anything's going back other than like maybe some picks and some prospects. I know Blake is kind of quote unquote
Morrow's a distinct possibility.
Yeah, Morrow. I think that's probably the most realistic.
Yeah, Rangers for Life says we're not giving up Cooley. Yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think they'll give up Cooley either, but I don't think they'd give up Trocheck either. Like that would make their center depth like kind of like ours.
I think Cavery's just kind of dreaming there. I don't really expect that.
I don't either. Like,
but I mean, you adding Keandre Miller. I mean, Brent Burns is a big dude, but he doesn't use his size outside of.
Yeah, those days are behind him.
Like, Keandre Miller uses his size.
He does.
He plays with an edge.
He throws some pretty brutal hits.
And
like
so
he's a physical player.
You're looking at Nikishin, Keandre, Slavin. That's big.
Walker's not that big, but he's got a physical side to his game. And he irritates people, especially Chance. But people he plays hockey against, he irritates.
Man, could it be Taylor Hall?
No,
Taylor
Hall's got protection.
Oh yeah, that's right.
It's going to be picks and prospects. It's going to be picks and either Morrow or a forward that's playing in the A. I really don't believe it'll be. I don't think. Look, Rod is not. I don't think Rod's going to let Jackson Blake out the door for a defenseman. First of all, I think it's going to be Morrow or somebody like Unger Sorum or maybe a Badinka, or maybe it's a first.
It could be the one from Dallas, yeah.
One of the two from Dallas.
There you go.
Yeah, that's another factor is all those extra picks that the Canes have, and I've been dying for them to like use them for something on the market, and now they're doing it, just not what was expected.
Somebody literally tweeted like an hour ago, "What time are you coming?" And it's a picture of Tulski, and he goes, "What does that mean?" He goes, "It means I'm not showing up."
Damn.
Somebody did it with the Ducks too. I just saw.
Chatty's pretty physical too. Dylan's right. So, I mean, this is adding a lot of physicality to the defense. And we already know Nikish and Slavin doesn't throw a ton of hits, but when he does, they're pretty savage.
Dude, the Rangers have created that. Look, when Keandre Miller goes back into MSG, I mean, to trade him in division to probably one of your biggest division rivals currently, like in the division race. That's a pretty bold statement there.
So the notable free agents next year is just McDavid, Panarin, Eichel, Kaprizov, Kyle O'Connor, Martin Necas.
Kyle Connor, I would get Kyle Connor in a heartbeat.
I don't think he's leaving.
He's not leaving Winnipeg.
None of those guys you just named are going to free agency. Kaprizov, there's rumors that he's going to get done today or tomorrow.
Yeah,
they're not like him go.
When that moron that writes for Chicago was saying that stuff about Kaprizov going to the Blackhawks, I'm like, bro, that's not happening. Come on.
Dennis Cox tweeted, he says, a buddy of mine who's a big Rangers fan from New York City just texted me saying Carolina Hurricanes fans are going to love Keandre Miller, and I think he's right. Pops says, did we get Miller? Keandre Miller, yes. not JT, but Keandre Miller. Yes, it's the trade call hadn't been finalized, but it's the word is they're working on a contract, an extension. So that may be the holdup. Dylan says we've been asking for more size and physicality, so step up. So step on the right direction. Correct.
Yeah, no, like I'm
I'm
that
coming
aspect,
around.
I definitely don't hate it. It's just I think all of us were like shocked by that. That was not nobody I saw anywhere say that, except for I got to give a shout out to Gas and Gravy. He tagged me in something and said, "Would you see us potentially going after Keandre Miller?" And I was like, a little bit inconsistent, but he's a big kid, physical, he uses the size. And then lo and behold, that materialized. He was the only person who even had that on his radar at all.
Yeah.
And he's only 25, so like he's got time to, find another gear.
Did not see that.
My buddy's like, trade Chatty. Nikisha needs to play his a neutral side.
I don't know who your buddy is, but don't read anything by him anymore.
I mean, it's like there's no reason to trade Chatfield if Nikisha's going to play his offside.
Rangers for Life jumps in and says, hot take, Panarin is getting traded in a trade deadline this year. That could be the case. I don't know if that's really that hot of a take.
No, I don't see that being a really hot take.
Depends on how the Rangers are doing, in the standings. If it's another season like last year, yeah, he might.
Brandon, your face is out of the frame.
I know. I'm just leaning back for a second.
Wookie's with us. Wookie says, always have to remember the Canes love to do something out of right field.
That's true.
Yeah, it's true. I just didn't expect it to be that player. I thought we were looking at forwards, more specifically centers, but I mean, I'll take it. I'm coming around.
Yeah, it's just if there had been some sort of advanced warning, we would have already talked about this a little bit. But there was no indication something like this was going to happen.
No, zero.
Rod's going to like him.
You guys want to take a break? Go to the bathroom?
Yeah, we can do that. We'll take a quick break.
I'm afraid something will happen while we're gone. But...
Well, I'm going to keep monitoring, but I do got to go to the bathroom. But
yeah, me too.
Take a quick break. Thayer can jam out to our low-key banger here again.
Yes.
And we'll take a quick break. We'll try to make it 3 minutes this time, just in case something drops. So, boys, 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Bye. back.
Welcome back.
Nothing really happened during the break, I don't think, like crazy, other than not with the Canes anyway, but Ryan Lindgren signs with Seattle 4 years by $4.5 million. Also, sources say the Montreal Canadiens have signed goalie Capo Kakinen. Solid young up-and-coming goaltender. Yeah, so if you're just joining us, which I'm sure you're not, but we're up to 816 currently live. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Just a reminder, if it's the first time you've watched us or checked us out, and give us a follow on YouTube, or a subscription on YouTube, hit the notification bell, all that good stuff. And if you're watching on X, give us a like, give us a follow, give us a share. Tell somebody about us if you're a Canes fan. But if you are just happening to wake up from a night shift of work or something, breaking news, Carolina is working on a trade to acquire Keandre Miller from the New York Rangers. That's all we currently have. We don't know the return. It's been reported that a contract extension is in the works. Just a second here. This guy named Kyle Hall, who covers the Rangers, says he covers the New York Rangers and USA Hockey for Belly Up Sports, and he's the host of the Broadway Hat podcast, which I don't know. I don't know if this guy's legit or not, but he's followed by Maniscalco. So anyway, he says that he's not sure if this plays out in the Keandre Miller trade with Carolina, but he says, I have been told the Rangers were big fans of Bradley Nadeau coming into his draft year. Wonder if he's involved in the deal. That's pure speculation, but just thought it was interesting.
The trade is pure speculation, or
no,
just Nadeau?
Nadeau, yeah.
Oh, okay. But he's still coming here. Well, they're still working on it.
Yeah, the trade is not final. But it's being worked on, and I'm sure that they're trying to just work on the extension. I'm sure that's the sure that's the holdup. But that could mean that probably, again, likely means that is the end of the Brent Burns era in Carolina, which I get it, but it kind of sucks for me. I just like the dude, man. Like all the hockey stuff aside, like I just like I love the dude.
Yeah, I do too, and that's why it's like if the Canes had added 2 or 3 forwards and eaten up all their cap that way, I wasn't opposed to Burns coming back in that regard. But they got to find a way forward somewhere, and unfortunately, it looks like the way. But we also don't know what the return is yet, so they might be shipping out a defenseman, and that would open things for Burns to come back. I'm not convinced they're not shipping out a defenseman.
I just don't know.
Thank you, Alpha Male, if he doesn't come back.
Yeah. A couple comments get caught up on here. Pops wants to know how serious Tulsky is about Ehlers. Pretty darn. I think that's, like we said earlier, I think that's number one on the board in Tulsky's office is Ehlers. It's just been reported that Ehlers is taking his time to make an informed decision. Sarah Valley reported earlier that Ehlers has claimed that he wants to go to somewhere warm and somewhere where it is kind of quiet, like not a lot of tension. That's Raleigh in a nutshell. It's
Nikolai Ehlers, if you can hear me, which I know you can't, but if you by chance hear this, as someone who lived up there in Washington for 7 years, it is either blazing hot or freezing cold. It will be a tundra in the morning and beach weather in the evening. If you have allergies, it sucks. The traffic there is awful. And your dollar will go a hell of a lot further in Raleigh. I am speaking from quite literal experience on this. The drivers there alone, I flipped off more people in my first 2 weeks living up there than I have in my entire life. Yeah. Do not go to Washington.
Yeah, that's the other place, Pops, is there's a chance that Washington is a destination that they have mentioned that is interested. I don't know if the interest goes both ways or if it's just one way, but that's somebody to watch as well. But it's serious on our part. I'm sure that they're going to offer him, whatever it is, as long as it's within reason, offer him whatever he asks for. But he's the top free agent. He knows it. It may take some time before he decides.
He's the top free agent with nobody like directly underneath him either. It's a pretty big fall off to the next free agent from Ehlers, so he can really take his time. He doesn't have to worry about them signing somebody else and say we don't need you anymore.
Do y'all remember when we went to MSG and played the Rangers? I just saw a clip of Keandre like splitting through like our whole defense on shift.
Was it in the playoffs? Because I vaguely remember what you're talking about.
It was not in the playoffs. Here, I'll send it.
Nick Bjugstad to St. Louis on a 2-year deal, $1.75 million per year.
Well, and there's a center that they needed, and they just got one.
Utah signs Kyler Yamamoto to a 1-year, 2-way contract.
I remember him. He played on the Oilers.
Yep.
The New York Islanders have signed David Riddick to a 1-year contract. Don't they have... The Islanders just signed Riddick. He's a goalie. Don't they have...
Sorokin and Varlamov, don't they?
Yeah. Aren't they both under contract?
Maybe they'll get rid of Varlamov because I think Varlamov is a free agent next year, if I'm not mistaken.
That's strange. Is there something I'm missing there?
NHL Network, Malkin would be a good fit in Carolina.
Oh, that's just people talking. That's not anything.
And Sam posted it in the chat.
Yeah, he's got a crush on Malkin, but I don't want him.
No.
He's old, man. And this is his last year, I think, and he's retiring.
Pops wants to know how the hell did Vegas manage Marner? No way they're under the cap, are they? So Alex Pietrangelo has announced that he's probably not going to play this year, which his whole contract goes on LTIR. They moved out Nick Hague, Nick Waugh are both gone. Nick Waugh went back to Toronto in the sign and trade. Nick Hague was traded to, I believe, Nashville the 2 days ago or yesterday or whenever it was.
Varlamov's got 2 years remaining on his contract at a $2.75 million cap hit.
So they may move him.
I mean, I would love to have Varlamov.
So I wonder where Granlund's going to go because maybe they'll pick up 2 centers.
Granlund's been linked to St. Louis.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, and they just got a center as well. So maybe they'll add a Granlund too.
Dylan's in there talking about what NYR Louis wants because his takes are so great.
NYR Louis wants Badinka. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking too. Ethan wants to know any news on the Miller deal return. Yeah, nothing yet. Nothing on the return yet. That's kind of what we're like Brandon said, that's what we're waiting on. We just know
the search engine of Keandre Miller, just refreshing.
The trade is not final. They're working on a contract currently with Keandre.
So I guess a sign and trade, maybe.
That's basically what it looks like it is.
Yeah.
But I don't know how close this trade is. Like, I don't know that. I mean, there's a chance that it may not materialize. I mean, there's always that chance. Like, what if Keandre says he's not signing an extension in Carolina, which
I don't understand why he wouldn't.
I don't know why they wouldn't report that, or why would they report it if that wasn't the case. But
Brandon,
we'll just have to wait. Nothing yet. No return yet.
Brandon, I just sent you a link to Keandre of what he did to Rantanen.
Okay.
And I'm going to send it to you as well, Griff. Here, I'll send it to you, Griff. Maybe you can pull it up on.
What are you sending me?
I'm gonna send you a clip of Miller like ragdoll Brandyn.
That was pretty nasty.
Just watch. It's a really good clip to play.
Then again, it's like Mikko Rantanen's a traffic cone, so dude doesn't try unless he has the puck, and even then.
Danny Phantom's in the chat. He says he's a Rags fan. He says he doesn't hate it for us. He thinks that he could thrive in Rod's system. Good. Yeah, we've kind of talked it out here, and there's potential for this to be. We didn't expect it, as from a Canes perspective. I know the Rangers have been expecting him to go out the door, but we didn't really expect him to land here, and so when it dropped, it just kind of shocked us initially, and took us a minute to kind of digest it. And I think we're safe. I think we've landed on a good feeling here. I think for the most part.
Danny, does Miller usually play his left side, or does he kind of switch it up sometimes?
Has he ever played his offside? From your experience of from watching him, we're trying to see where he fits, because this is our fourth left-handed defenseman, as things stand, and two righties with Burns leaving. So, does Keandre play? Has he played his offside at all in your experience? Just let us know in the chat if you could.
Hasbulla Kane fake insider.
I'm not even addressing it.
Did you see the actual Hasbulla put on his Instagram story of the guy that we drafted on one dude? I thought that was pretty funny.
Oh, Ryabkin?
Yeah. I think he's going to be good, dude.
I hope so, because Canes need a center really bad.
And we got that one from Penn State.
Yeah, the Serrato or whatever his name is.
I think he'll be good, too.
Darren Drager says things are percolating around Sabres defenseman Bowen Byram. Trade conversations are happening with Calgary, Vegas. Dude, Vegas needs to piss off, man. Go away.
So does Florida.
LA, St. Louis among those interested. Also hearing an offer sheet on Byram is being contemplated. I'm so sick of Vegas, dude.
Vegas doesn't deserve a hockey team. Their fans don't know anything.
Go away.
They're so stupid.
Well, they have a cup. So now everybody's hopping on the bandwagon. Just think about this for a minute. They, in their entry draft, they got Fleury, Marchessault, William Karlsson,
Riley Smith.
Who?
Riley Smith.
Riley Smith. Marchessault went on to win the Conn Smythe that year. When they won the cup, they get Pietrangelo. They have Jack Eichel now.
I thought
Mark Stone.
I thought Mark Stone won the Conn Smythe when.
I think it was Marchessault.
Marchessault won the Conn Smythe.
It was Marchessault. That's right. Mark Stone had the hat trick in the final game. That's what it was.
Now you have Mitch Marner. I mean, like,
and
they have no state income tax, right?
Yes, correct. Looks like Cody Ceci to LA.
Most money on UFAs in 2024. The Kraken was 99 million, and then 92 million for the Blackhawks, and then the Predators was 128 last year.
Oh wow!
And four in the top 6. 4 out of the 6 teams did not make the playoffs. Believe the Canes, Capitals, and Lightning are among the teams in on him.
On who?
Emily Kaplan just retweeted for Ehlers.
How are the Lightning going to do it?
They have no
there's a will, there's a way.
I really think it's going to be Carolina.
I mean, I don't know. Like,
either that or it could be Tampa.
The Lightning is a warm place with that's not. I mean, there's not a lot of craziness around there, hockey-related craziness.
Yeah, Tampa's a pretty chill place.
So it's either going to be that or us.
They're a contender. I could absolutely see him in Tampa.
And
Okay,
see, the other
please
thing is
come
Washington is not nearly as good of a team as they're right in the middle of the Eastern Conference. They have the easiest travel schedule in professional sports, so that's why they always run it up during the regular season, and then they go to the playoffs and they get slapped.
Who?
Washington.
Oh yeah.
No, they have the easiest schedule in sports. But
like
I would tell them that
year.
I would tell people that when I lived up there, and they're like, "No, man, you're just a hater." I'm like, "Look at a map, bro. You have no travel time to go to the vast majority of your road games. You have no hard trips. Everything is easy for you. 26 of your 41 road games are a cakewalk because you're always rested."
I feel bad.
That's the only time I've ever agreed with that Sid Sixerio guy was when he said that.
You think Tampa has a hard schedule to travel?
Yeah,
they got to fly a
Florida.
long way.
Yeah, Tampa's schedule is rough.
I mean, it's not even that great for Carolina. I mean, it's better than Florida's, but
no, but Washington has one of the easiest schedules in the league habitually. And I'm not talking, and people are like, well, everybody plays the same teams. I'm like, yeah, but Washington gets everywhere it needs to go within 30 minutes to an hour. And they have an airport they have 2 airports they can fly out of. If you have a delay at RDU, the Canes are screwed.
Ethan Bear to the Islanders. 1 year, 7.
He was on the Capitals last year, but didn't play.
I think it's a 2-way deal.
I remember I was so excited to have him, and he just.
Yeah, I don't. As far as Ehlers goes, I don't know if I don't expect anything today. Now that they've said it,
and I'm just hearing Kings are among the teams, but I don't think he wants to go to LA.
I don't know what he wants. He wants to go. That we know he wants to go somewhere warm and somewhere where.
Well, we have the cap to make it happen. I don't think the Lightning do.
Again, if there's a will, there's a way.
Yeah, but they would have to trade a really solid player.
Okay, well, they let Stamkos go last year to Brandyn Gensel. So
so they're not opposed to doing it.
Julian Brisebois, I can't say his last name.
Brisebois.
Yes, that dude he's not scared.
Yeah, that's true.
There's a will, there's a way.
And I hope we get him more Granlund, maybe.
I don't know, man.
Something.
But you don't, at this point with this Miller trade, assuming it happens still, that solves everything you need basically, unless somebody else goes out. But again, I don't expect a roster player to go back in this.
Stuff has died down. Now.
So let me just see if I can find. So who's still out there from the trade or from the free agent? Let me
Brent
find
Burns. Dmitry Orlov.
Okay. I thought you were going to tell us Barnes was signing somewhere.
Now, Peter Suter.
Suter.
Granlund and Ehlers. Roslovic's also still out there. Perube still out there.
Who?
I don't know who else. Those are the names that come to mind right now.
I'm looking for a list.
Bukestad, I think, was the second best center available, or the third. I can't remember.
So Pew Suter's still out there. So from the names that we talked about at the beginning of the show to watch, they're all still out there. Suter, Granlund, and Ehlers, and then we also talked about Burns. They're all still out there. So I'm just confused. I'm so confused about this Islanders signing David Riddick when they've got a 1A and a 1B right there already.
Yeah, he's on a 1-year deal too. So
are they going to trade Varlamov? Like, is that what's getting ready to happen? Like, I think
it looks like it. Maybe he'll go to Philly. They need a goalie. Oh, but they just signed a goalie. Never mind.
They just signed Dan Vladar.
Yeah, that's right.
So here's something someone said on one of my posts that I made about the whole Keandre Miller thing. Apparently TSN took it off the trade board, and maybe it fell through.
What?
The
Keandre
Keandre Miller trade.
Oh, I
That's
see.
just something
Daily
that he
Face
noticed.
Off just posted that the Hurricanes acquire Keandre Miller from the Rangers.
Maybe that's why it came off the trade board. Maybe because it's done.
Yeah, that's probably why.
Looking. I'm refreshing.
I almost fell for the Dave Pagnota. I almost fell for it.
Oh, the
Almost
fourth
fell for
period
the
with a
parody
0 in it.
account. Almost fell for it.
What do you say?
Said Nikolai Ehlers is signed to the Hurricanes. I almost fell for it, but I caught myself. So I guess the deal is done for Keandre. It's just a matter of who goes back.
Who said? Where are you seeing
It
him
will.
as done?
So Vincent Murcielano said that it sounds like the trade return will center on draft pick compensation, according to a source. Carolina holds 2 first-round picks next year, with New York eyeing one of them.
Bring him in for a second.
We'll probably give up a first.
It might take a first to get it done.
It might.
A first and then a player.
Hearing Jordan Harris, who was not qualified in Columbus, is headed to Boston. Played his college hockey at Northeastern. Capo Kakinen signs a 1-year deal with the Habs worth $1.15 million.
So this Vince guy that I just said, he's a New York Rangers reporter for
Mercoglio
USA
or whatever his name is.
Yeah. So I guess he has to be reliable.
He said it was done. The trade was done.
No. The return will center on a draft
return.
pick compensation.
Good. All right. Well,
So I'm watching it closely. You know. A lot of Rangers fans are like, man, like they wish he wasn't traded here.
there's a lot of Rangers fans that didn't like Miller. But there's also, I mean, I don't know. It's different. It's just a different system. He might be good here.
My friend Steve is a really big Rangers fan. I actually just texted him about it, and he said that he thought he's going to go full all-star and take off with Carolina.
Really?
Yeah. And Steve is who I consult on goalie stuff because him and I played hockey together for a long time. And when I need to know about a goalie, that's who I go talk to because he knows them way better than I do. Him and AB are my 2 people I like to consult about goalies. I know Keandre's not a goalie, but he's a Rangers fan, so it's like he'll know better than me.
So
in regards to Keandre.
Interesting tweet by Ryan Hinkle here. Let me see if I can bring it up. Just a second. Let me bring this tweet up. Ryan Hinkle. Come on. All right. So Ryan Hinkle says Miller is a 6'5" defenseman who's a terrific skater with good transitional skills, an active stick, and physicality. All things Carolina looks for in a defender. They need more offense from the blue line, so he makes a lot of sense here. Then he says he struggles with his gap control and defending off the rush, but Canes hope that they can remedy some of that, obviously.
Yeah, I've seen one guy say like they at times felt like they had a superstar, and then his mistakes were too big to ignore on some.
Yeah, and then he goes on to say, for the Rangers fans, Miller had more hits than any Hurricanes defenseman in every season over the last 4 years. So
What'd he say?
He said Miller has had more hits than any Hurricanes defenseman in every season over the last 4 years.
I like that.
Yeah, the whole thing with the gap control, if anybody can teach him that, it's Tim Gleason. And he's got size, so
Yeah.
that'll make that a little bit easier for him to rectify that.
Yeah.
Canes Time asked in the chat, who do you guys think the Canes will give up in return? It looks like a draft pick right now.
It may be a first and like a third or something. No, probably a first and like a fifth or something.
I don't even think it'll be. I think it'll just be one pick.
So first.
You guys think the Canes will give him a return? Yeah, I don't. If you saw the screen that I just had, and I'll put it back up here, you'll see this little tweet right here from Vince Mercogliano, who's a Rangers. I guess he's on the Rangers beat. He says,
no, he's a USA Today writer or something.
Okay, he says, sounds like Keandre Miller trade return will center on draft pick compensation. According to a source, Carolina holds 2 first-round picks next year, the Rangers eyeing one of them. So maybe it'll just be a first. We will see, hopefully. Okay, so Empty Netters podcast just tweeted, amazing return for the Rangers if they're able to pry one of... Oh, he's just speculating. Talking about Carolina's first-round selections.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm literally
J-Dub, I'm not even...
Yeah, I saw that.
Literally have Keandre Miller in my search bar, and I'm just refreshing.
I agree, J-Dub. Dylan says Miller had more hits than any Hurricanes. Yeah, we just read that.
Working hard on trying to figure out the return for New York in a potential Keandre Miller deal. It seems the holdup right now is not the return, but the fact that Carolina wants an extension in place before finalizing.
Good, they learned their lesson.
They learned.
That was from George Blankenship.
Hey, Georgie. That's my guy. I'm just kidding. I have no idea who he is.
Hey, I like him. I don't know.
Cavery says,
No,
first
I
for
don't
Miller, a
think
little
so at
steep.
all.
Do y'all think? I don't know if it is or not.
If it's not our first, I don't care so much. If it's Dallas's first, I don't really mind.
I mean, what are we going to do with that first-round pick? Trade back into the second?
Trade it back.
Yeah.
Might as well go ahead and get an NHL-ready player that we think can help.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if it's steeper. I mean, I guess it depends on what the contract is. If we get him on like a, I don't can an RFA at this point sign an 8-year deal?
Yeah,
yeah, I think they can, right? So if say he comes back on an 8-year by like $4 million or something like ridiculous, then yeah, it's definitely worth a first. Sammy Blais,
Capo Kakinen. They both went to Montreal.
Yeah. Dude, get this done.
Yeah, so we have something to take away from today.
Well, we do. We have the stank extension.
Oh, something additional because Stankoven getting extended was inevitable.
I'm curious, man. I'm curious. I want to see where Burnsy lands, man. I know that's not like our big talking point right now, but I want to see where Burnsy lands, man. I love that guy.
Everybody loves Burnsy.
I don't know, man. There were a lot of people out there wanting to send him to China.
Yeah, there's
literally they were like sending him to China.
Yep.
I tried to type in Keandre Miller on my search bar, and it said something went wrong. Try
That's
reloading.
not a good sign.
No, it says something went wrong. Try reloading.
No, the last player I wanted sent to China was Dylan Coughlin. And I thought China was too good for him. I was thinking more like Kabul or Baghdad or somewhere like that for him.
Brandyn Tanev to Utah.
Really?
3 by 2.5. Brandyn Tanev.
Dude, his media pictures are insane.
Yeah.
Yes. Brandyn Tanev to Utah. Dude, man, Ehlers better not wind up in Tampa. That'd be 2 years in a row they've took our dude. Well, even though he wasn't our dude, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, like that would I'd rather him go to Tampa than Washington, but
I don't want to go either.
because
seriously.
Washington's on the verge of not being very good. Like they're gonna need a few years to develop after Ovechkin retires.
Yeah. But I could make a case for any three of those teams. Like if I was just a neutral, like you could make a case why he would want to go to any of them.
Well, if he wants warm weather, he shouldn't go to Washington. The worst part about it is it's
anything's
inconsistent
warm
weather.
compared to Winnipeg.
Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. I mean, I was miserable living up there. It's like I got sick all the time from the allergic reactions I had to stuff because there's all them foreign trees planted there and all kinds of other stuff. And driving there is an absolute nightmare. I wanted to have AIM-9 sidewinders installed on my truck because of how bad it was to drive up there, just so I could like Fox 2 somebody to get them out of my way.
Somebody just said, Elliot willing to Venmo $10 to circle back on the Keandre Miller news.
I'll throw in 10 too. Well, I don't know. I don't know how long we stay here. I don't want to end the stream because I'm afraid, like, as soon as we end the stream, there's going to be more to talk about.
As soon as we end the stream, that's exactly what will happen.
Ehlers will drop at that point. If you guys are still hanging out with us, man, appreciate it. Well, yeah, we've got people hanging out. We're increasing. So we're up to 31 live viewers on YouTube right now, and we're at 921 live views on X right now. Make that 32 on YouTube. So we've got current 953 currently watching live. So wow, that's I think that's the most we've had for a live at any one given time. So usually we're around the fours. But appreciate it. Appreciate everybody stopping in. If you're new, I'm going to take my chance here to plug, our little thing here. So if you're new, subscribe on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, like the stream. If you're on X, give us a like, give us a share, give us a follow. Appreciate all y'all, man. And yeah, we're just hanging out here about waiting on this Keandre Miller trade to materialize and finalize itself and see what is going out and what kind of contract he has coming back, if any. Sounds like that's going to be the case and what the holdup is. Hurricanes Hockey Fan Roast reposted this stream. We appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, very much.
But yeah, waiting on the Keandre Miller trade to materialize, and just to see what else happens throughout the league. I think a lot that there's been a lot of movement here in the last, really the second hour. The first hour there wasn't hardly anything, but in the second hour, I think we are waiting on I think the biggest names are still out there. That were, other than Brock Besser, that we found out right after noon that he was staying in Vancouver. Ehlers is still out there, currently linked to Tampa, Carolina, Washington, and there's still some people out there trying to link him to Anaheim, in LA. So we'll see. But that's still out there, the landing spot for him. Mikael Granlund is still out there. He's been linked heavily. What's that?
I said correct.
He's been linked heavily to St. Louis. Yesterday, somebody linked him to Carolina. I don't remember who it was. Pew Suter is still out there. I'd like to bring in Suter as a center.
Listen to this. So, Talking Rangers put this out. They said the Rangers, since winning the President's Trophy in 2023-24 season, have gotten rid of Goudreau, Trouba, Kako, Cheadle, Lindgren, Kreider, and Miller.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I didn't expect Marner's wearing number 93 in Vegas. Is that
Well,
his
he
original?
wore that
number?
in juniors. And
He wore that
this
when he
team
played for
was
the London Knights. Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Why couldn't he wear 93 in Toronto? Was it retired or something?
I don't know. I think he just wanted a different number.
Let's look.
I guess maybe it's just like London Knights, Vegas Golden Knights. He just decided it would be cool to wear 93 again. That's all I can think of.
Doug Gilmour wore 93. It's retired.
Yeah, okay.
So here's a list of top restricted free agents currently that could potentially receive offer sheets. Will Cooley, Capo Caco, Alex Laferriere, Mason McTavish, Marco Rossi, Gabe Velarde, Dmitry Voronkov or however you say it, Bo Byram, Luke Hughes is on here, but he's not offer sheet eligible, and Lucas Dostal.
If anybody's dumb enough to offer sheet Luke Hughes, they deserve all the bad things that are going to happen to them.
You can't. Luke Hughes cannot be offer sheeted.
Well, I mean, I'm just saying if he was eligible for it. I mean, he sucks anyway, but.
Hurricanes Hockey Fan Roast says heard on 99.9 The Fan about maybe bringing Lindholm back. Just
I know
wanted to hear your
exactly who
opinion
it
as a
was.
2C.
Adam Gold
Yeah, that's
said
probably
that.
coming from Adam Gold. He's a big Elias
Lindholm
Lindholm guy.
I like Lindholm.
Yeah, I do too. I just don't. I think 2 seasons ago when he got traded to Vancouver, that was the year to make that trade. We didn't do it. There's been Adam always he's in the bring in Elias Lindholm camp. But
sorry, my bad.
You awake over there? But yeah, I think that if you're going to do that, you should have done it 2 years ago. I think that ship has sailed, and I don't think the organization wants him.
Anthony Mantha is signing to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
Yeah, I saw that.
People still out here pushing the Erik Karlsson agenda.
Oh, that's gone.
Yeah, and it's gone.
How? The Kings still have over $17 million in cap space after adding Perry and Armia.
Well, they got
so
rid of
far today.
Gavrikov.
They're exploring the trade market for a top 4D and may also be shopping the likes of Turcotte and Thomas. Not interested. Well, all right. Everything's slowing down pretty much, so I don't know. I don't know. The longer that this trade remains out there, I haven't seen anything saying it's officially done.
No, I haven't either. I think maybe talks have stalled or
contract negotiation is taking place. So Keandre Miller is
he's an RFA, I think.
Yeah, but he's arbitration eligible, so
I hope Tulski is also talking to Miller and Ehlers.
I'm sure they've made their pitch to Ehlers. I think, I don't like. I think they've made their pitch and they're just waiting now. I think it's just going to be a waiting game, and he's going to listen to all the offers that are out there, and he's going to just make his decision based on that. Austin Holmes says he would like Granlund from Dallas as a 2C. Yeah, we've talked about that. But just going back up here to Hurricanes Hockey Fan Roast's comment about our opinion on it as a 2C. Yeah, Lindholm would be if we went and got him from Boston, he would be our 2C for sure.
And he's a right-handed shot.
Yeah. So that would make sense. I just don't know that it's going to be hard to pry him out of Boston. I think I know that Boston is kind of entering a rebuild in a way, but
6 more years on the contract, $7.75 million cap hit.
Yeah, it's going to be hard to get him out of there.
Yeah, that would take a lot to get that done.
I mean, we've got the assets. I just don't see the team doing that. That contract. What's that?
Kane's time asks, who do you think guys will be paired with Slavin next season? If a defenseman is not going back the other way, I think that it should be Nikishin. If you're going to have 2 left-handed defensemen on the same pair, that's the only way I think it would work.
I hope he's been practicing his English.
Oh, I'm sure he has.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that could be that could possibly be maybe a Slavin, Nikishin top pair, Miller and Chatfield maybe on the second pair, and Ghost and Walker as the third pair. Or nobody's ever answered my question about if Keandre Miller's played his offside before. We keep asking these Rangers fans that come in here, and none of them can answer me. Maybe they don't know, or maybe they left. But there's a potential. What do we got here? Oh, shit. Canada. Okay, never mind. There's potential that it could go Slavin Miller, maybe. Slavin Miller, and then keep Nikishin with Chatfield. And then Ghost and Walker. What's Dylan saying? He says, someone said Nikishin speaks English. Maybe she is helping him. Maybe is that supposed to be his girlfriend?
Yeah, his girlfriend apparently
his
speaks
lady.
it very fluently.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, then they better be speaking all summer in English.
Seriously.
Come here.
Yeah, I don't want to see Morrow put in the lineup over Nikishin again. Like, that still boils my
That's
blood
not
thinking
going to
about
happen.
that infuriated me that happened. I don't think the Canes were going to win that series anyway, but I think maybe it would have went on longer than 5 games potentially. Dylan Coughlin going back to Vegas Golden Knights. That's not China.
It's about to be. Oh, well, everything has kind of stopped.
Yep.
So we know we have a pending trade. Still don't know what the return would be. Still don't know if, what the contract would be. So, yeah, we'll wait on that. Ehlers still hasn't made a decision. Still in the market. Carolina, Tampa, Washington, LA, Anaheim have all been linked. I haven't heard anything about Granlund today other than St. Louis is all over it. I haven't heard anything on him since noon. Haven't heard anything on Pew Suter since noon. So we wait. Anything you guys want to dive in on?
Not yet. I'm just waiting to see if
No.
anything else happens.
I'm just staring at my computer.
Anything in the comments? Any questions in the comments we can talk about? Anything you guys want to bring up or discuss? Let us know in the chat. We have just gone over the 1,000 live viewers. We're at 1,002 currently live viewers. We're 10 minutes into our third hour. Been live since 11, and it's just after 2:10 p.m. on the East. WNC Puck Drop says, "Glad I found this broadcast."
Hey,
Thank
you.
Do I sense some sarcasm there?
No, he follows all of us.
Okay. It's like, yeah, we're kind of just sitting here staring.
Oh, is it probably because we're all just standing there staring?
We're just staring at each other, like not talking. Yeah, everything slowed down. I don't know if you were here with us for the first couple hours, but we actually did talk about things.
We did.
J Dub says, "So why did we sign another goalie? It was an NHL deal too. I think it was two-way.
It was a two-way.
Yeah, the guy from Russia. Two-way.
And we haven't signed Primo yet. So
well, he's got a qualifying offer.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got a qualifying offer that's not signed, but he's arbitration eligible. So we'll see what happens there.
So we sent him a qualifying offer.
No, Montreal qualified him and then traded him.
Just in case they can't sign him. Pretty much.
Well, they ended up signing Kakinen, I believe, today, right?
Oh, okay. Well, then, yeah, that's...
So yeah, I think those that guy that this I don't remember his name, the guy they got today, and then Primo will be your third and fourth goalies in the system, and play in Chicago.
Spencer Martin.
He's out there.
He went Spencer Martin. I thought he went to the K.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, you may be
that's
right. Yeah.
He did go to the K. Yeah. Wild. Would really like an update on this trade.
Yeah.
Kane's Time says, I would give the Dallas first rounder for Miller. Yeah. That may be it. That may be the return. J-Dub says the miffed guy we signed at the NHL deal is what the Post says, but I could be wrong. It says the Post does say an NHL deal, but it doesn't specify. I think AB, didn't you look it up and say it was two-way?
Yeah, it's a two-way contract. It is.
Yeah, because it gives it gives an NHL and an AHL salary and then a maximum guaranteed. So that gives you the that tells you it's a two-way. Dylan says, oh, wrong one. Dylan says, geez, I keep hitting the Brandyn Tanev 3, but yeah, we talked to that one earlier. WNC Puck Drop says, former Bruins fan, number 1, when back in Rye, New Hampshire. Number 2, team was the New England Whalers. Canes. Canes became number 1 after moving to WNC back in February 2002. Honestly, I really enjoy the Canes fans more. All right. Appreciate that. Original Whalers fan, huh?
Yes, thank you. Sorry we don't have the enthusiasm right now that we did. It's not. It's really stale right now.
Yeah, nothing going on.
1972. That's what he said.
1970. Oh, when he was a fan? Or born in 72?
I don't know.
All right.
Did you order your Stankoven jersey?
Yeah,
Nice.
this morning. Yes.
Mine's
Or
not
actually,
getting here.
while we were on the stream. I
Yeah,
ordered it.
mine's not getting here until late July.
He said 1972 was the first year for the New England Whalers. Got it. Okay. So you know that there's no news when I keep refreshing my feed, and I'm getting like all these political updates.
Yeah.
That's when you know the hockey news is drying up.
Yep. It's been an hour since the trade. I think we should just take a break and hope something happens and then come back and talk about it.
You guys want to go to a break?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, holding
Oh
on.
wait, never mind. This is not true. Never mind. AC got me.
Dude.
AC photoshopped Nikolai Ehlers onto a Utah signing and put it in the chat. Sorry, I'm gonna get him for that. That's my buddy though. So
All right, let's take instead of a 3, let's take like a 5-ish minute break. See if that'll give us enough time.
Oh, wait, hold on. We got Matthew P. He says, "What's up, fellas?" He says he's on his lunch break. So
yeah, so it's Kolsky.
yeah. Apparently Chris Drury too.
Man's got to eat. Let him have his wings, because if somebody gets in the way of my wings, I'm fighting.
He
And I know
says he
you and
didn't
I
have.
are sentimental on that, Griff. Don't mess with my wings.
Oh man, no. Matthew P says he didn't have trading for Miller on his bingo card, but I like the player. Yeah,
Nobody had that on their bingo card, dude.
We didn't either. Go back and watch our initial reaction if you get the chance. It's pretty funny. Well, you can hear AB screaming no into the microphone repeatedly.
And Chris like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like, dude,
Yeah, calm down.
calm down. Oh, that's good stuff.
It's
I'm
like
happy.
me and Sam were making fun of Lanny McDonald when we were on the draft stream. He's sitting there saying this stuff about, he's like, he looks like that guy at your family reunions is like, you need to do this, pull yourself up by your bootstraps. I had to walk to school uphill both ways.
Oh, here, what do we got here? Hold on. Oh, Buffalo did something.
Really?
Yeah, they signed somebody I've never heard of.
The Wild Wings?
No. All right, we're gonna go to a 5 to 10 minute break somewhere
Let's do 10.
in
Yeah,
10 minutes, yeah.
please.
everybody.
I mean,
we're gonna go,
no.
unless something drops between now and 2:30. We're gonna go on break. We're gonna return at 2:30. And again, unless the trade happens to break, then I'm gonna run back here and but I'm gonna go make a sandwich. And I'll be watching Twitter to see what happens. But 2:30, we're going to resume this stream at 2:30 Eastern time. That's 11 minutes from now. So everybody take your break, and we'll see you back here at 2:30. And hopefully we have some more stuff to talk about. We'll be back. All right, what's up? We're back.
Nothing happened.
No, nothing. Nothing Carolina related, anyway. Let's see. While we were gone, Nate Schmidt to Utah. I'm going to announce these, and then we're going to come back, and AB is hold on, let me take this banner off. I'm going to come back, and AB is going to come back, and he's going to reread all these things that I'm getting ready to read.
Yeah.
Anyway, Nate Schmidt to Utah, was with Florida last year. 3 years, $3.5 million per year. That's a good contract for him. Like
I agree.
He earned that. James Van Riemsdyk, 1 year deal in Detroit, $1 million plus bonuses. Bob McKenzie says all signs point to Nick Perbix going to Nashville on a 2-way deal. I mean, sorry, a 2-year deal, not 2-way. And I think that's about it. The Hurricanes did make the that goaltender acquisition, Amir Miftakov. They made it official, 1 year, 2-way contract.
Okay.
While we were gone, the organization never made that official, but they just did. So, let's see. We got comments out there while we were gone. I don't know where AB's at, but Justin says we need to trade for Robertson. That would be great if he was available. I do not believe he is currently available. I bet you Dallas changed their mind. Hurricane Hockey Fan Row says Canes fans spitting that there could be a Vinny Carolina reunion.
I don't see how.
I don't either. I haven't seen that anywhere. And I don't believe these fans. And then we got Mr. Magic says, so who from the East has a legit shot at beating Florida?
Right now, nobody.
Yeah. No, nobody. It's going to take, it would take significant injuries to the Panthers, or some players just like absolutely falling off a cliff for that to happen.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's going to be the same thing. They're going to have a mediocre regular season. They'll make the playoffs, and then they'll run through the freaking East again. AB said he had to run to the gas station for a snack.
I hope he drove there instead of ran. Might get there a little bit faster.
Okay. Dill says, we sitting and waiting for the trade announcement?
Pretty much. We're sitting around waiting for anything that's relevant to
Yeah.
the Canes and talking about other stuff in the meantime.
And we're afraid to end the stream because as soon as we end the stream, it's going to happen.
Yeah, because I got to go pick up the Target order as soon as we jump off of here.
Another great podcast. Nixon Out says, another great podcast, guys. Always try to listen in. Waiting on this trade like everyone else. Heard a center is coming back as well, and possibly Nadeau going back, but everyone is talking right now, so I don't know. I don't know where the additional player talk is coming from outside of just fans. If anybody has anything official, like a real rumor that's not a fan, please let me know. Yeah, Mr. Magic says Petrie going to Florida. Yeah, I saw that. Dill says Talon Gary is stoked to have another New Yorker. Facts. Oh, wait. Nixon Out says Elliott mentioned it. Where?
Yeah, let's find this.
Where did he mention it? I have not seen Elliott. Did he? Maybe he said it somewhere like online. If you know where, please share.
Yeah, please give us a link. We'll look.
Nixon Out also says he's been seeing Vinny rumors, but doubt it. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't see that happening.
Canes Time says Nadeau better not be a part of the Miller deal if the Canes are stretching for a center. I don't think a player's going, man. I mean, if there's more to it, like, you know, if there's more players to it, like people are speculating now, then maybe. I'm still looking. I don't see anything. Anyway. Let's see. Mr. Magic says on his X account. Where? I haven't seen it. Let's see.
If he said something about that, he's deleted it since.
I'm looking. I know he said about the Miller trade on his X account. Like I know that. He said he was the one that broke the news about the pending trade, but we're talking about adding another player in the mix. I don't see it.
So someone in one of the group chats I'm in saw a rumor this morning that Tampa Bay was taking calls on Cirelli. That's how they make it work. If he's available, Carolina needs to get him. Dead serious.
Yeah.
Out of all the players on the Bolts I like, he is my favorite one. He is an excellent two-way center. If they are actually going to do that, like if Anthony Cirelli is available, like a good amount of the farm needs to be on the table to get him.
Yeah. Yeah, we saw that Miftakov signed. We just talked about that. WNC Puck Drop says, what are you looking for? So we've heard people say that that there's more players that are being talked about in this New York Carolina deal. And we said, you know, we haven't seen that. Somebody said that that Elliot Friedman mentioned it on his X account, which we haven't found. So we asked we asked them to find that for us. So that's what we're looking for. Yes, we have seen this tweet here that says we've seen this. We're talking about the rumor that there's more players involved in the deal, like another center from like a Vinny Trocheck coming back. I think that's all fan speculation, but Nixon Out told us that he thought he saw it from Elliot. But yeah, Hurricanes Hockey Fan Roast says I don't see anything from Elliot. Neither do I. So Kings add Cody Ceci and Brian Dumoulin. I said that wrong. Dumoulin gets a 3 years by $4 million in LA. LA spending that money, man. Cody Ceci, really 4 years by $4.5. Oh, they're also signing Anton Forsberg 2 years by $2.25.
Damn.
So Anton Forsberg, Canes legend, to LA, along with Cody Ceci and Brian Dumoulin. That's 10, almost $11 million right there amongst those three. And I think they only had 14 million to play with. So I don't know. Maybe they've been told that they're out on Ehlers. Let's see. Canes Time says, other than a Miller trade, do you guys think there's another trade target the Canes should go for? A 2C? Yeah, but I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know that there's anything out there right now that we could go get. I mean, I mean, I'm sure there's something out there, but you would have to pay astronomical prices for it at this point because centers are. Hold on a second. We've got a Eric Tulsky live media conference going on right now. I'm going to try to bring it up in the
Let's tune into
screen.
that.
Let me see if I can bring it up in the. Media could not be played. Now it's not working. It's like they started the stream and then ended it. The broadcast has ended. So they started it and ended it. As soon as we get the Eric Tulsky press conference, we'll share it. Throw it up on the screen and we can all watch it together. Excuse me. Looks like they stopped the stream. Maybe they were just getting it set up for later and they accidentally started it.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. I didn't see any
post about it or anything.
Yeah. That's probably what it was. They probably started on accident when they were trying to create the stream. Well, anyway, we'll keep an eye on that. If they start a live stream, we'll throw it up. But going back to Kane's Times, says Miller a 2C. So I almost think that, for a 2C, maybe you just wait until the trade deadline and you find a team that is outside the playoffs and is looking to move some veterans, for picks. Then maybe you go that route at that point in time. I don't know. I mean, maybe you go into free agent, or maybe you go into the season with some cap space. I think AB's back. How's the gas station?
It was good. I needed to get a snack. Got some flaming hot Cheetos.
Ooh, good choice.
Yes.
Oh, we found popcorn that has the flaming hot Cheeto dust on it. We bought
You
several
can get
bags
those
of
at the
that.
grocery store, can't you?
Yeah, it didn't last very long.
I had a couple, but if I brought it up here, I would eat the whole bag.
So Empty Netters is reporting that they are hearing that Tampa is making a heavy push for top free agent Nikolai Ehlers now. We'll see if they can turn his head.
Oh.
Well, one good thing could come of that.
What?
Let me look at their cap situation. They only have 4.28 of projected cap space. So if they did get Ehlers, they got to give somebody up. And if Carolina doesn't try to get Anthony Cirelli out of that, then that's a game changer. That's better than any other center that they could potentially get for years to come, other than through the drafts. So
for us to trade for Cirelli,
if Ehlers signs in Tampa, they got to dump somebody.
Yeah, that's true. Griff, do you want me to reread the players?
We've already been covering it while you were gone, dude.
Let's see. Because let's see, what do they have for centers? They have Brayden Point, Anthony Cirelli, Nick Paul, Connor Geeky.
I like Nick Paul a lot.
I like Nick Paul, but I'd rather get Cirelli. Cirelli would be... You think Ehlers is a perfect fit? Cirelli would be even better, and he's a center to boot.
How old is he?
He's not old.
Got to be early, mid-20s maybe?
27.
27.
That'd be perfect.
I mean, that could be.
If Nikolai Ehlers went to Tampa and Anthony Cirelli was the casualty of that and we got him, I'd be totally cool with that. I'd be actually happier about getting Cirelli than I could ever be about Ehlers.
That's true.
And then if you really want to try and make a splash, when Chicago was shopping Brandon Hagel before he eventually went to Tampa, that's someone else that I was hoping they could get. Maybe there's something they can make work there. At that point, it'd be like I'd be okay with them trading KK to get that done, and maybe like someone else. It's just they have less cap space than Washington. If they're actually going to make that work, then somebody's got to go, and it's probably got to be either Hagel or Cirelli.
I don't think they get rid of Hagel.
Sources say the Islanders have agreed or have signed Jonathan Drouin to 2 years, $4 million annually.
He was a good player on the Lightning for a little bit.
Dallas has brought back center Foxa, 3 years, $2 million each.
I thought you said Granlund.
Yeah, well, since they brought Foxa back, that Granlund's not going to go back there. So,
man, I really wish we could get an update on this Keandre Miller thing.
Yeah,
terrible.
Why does this always freaking happen, man?
To Carolina.
Yes. Like all this other stuff's like, hey,
Marchment, Tarasenko.
Always, man. And even though it wasn't real, that freaking hurdle thing last week.
Yeah. Oh, that would have been great.
That was a thing for about 2 hours, and then nothing else was ever said.
It's kind of like this trade.
That's why, I don't know if worried is the word, but like I've got this extreme PTSD from
yeah.
Matthew P says the Burns deal wasn't official until like 2 days after it was reported.
That's true.
Yeah.
And last free agency, Gostisbehere didn't get announced signing until like 3:30, 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Yeah.
So I mean, there's definitely a window where all this stuff doesn't happen at once, but still, this is kind of frustrating.
Somebody just said anyone else refreshing their timeline over and over again to see Keandre Miller and said it's been 84 years.
Yes, absolutely. So yeah, somebody on X says, why do Carolina trades always come with the longest waiting period for the return? Like the Rantanen and Hall trade took forever to find out who the return. Actually, that one wasn't even that bad.
And it was misreported at first too because Kotkaniemi was included in the. I was like, that's not good. Like our center depth, like you put a Band-Aid on one bullet wound and then shot the guy again. At that point, it's like.
That's right.
But with that trade, they said, like with Mikko Rantanen when he got traded, they said like Mikko Rantanen has been traded to the Carolina Hurricanes. It wasn't reportedly or anything like that.
No, they said he definitively had been traded.
Yeah, but this one they haven't.
It's because nobody expected that. There was nobody like waiting for, you know what I mean? Like right now, people are getting the insiders are getting info fed to them. Not then. Matthew Brown says, where are all those aggressive moves, Tulski, or are you just all talk?
I think I saw him at the gas station.
No, look. I'm never mind. I'm not even going to say anything. Look, every team in the NHL is trying to make moves right now. You just we're being aggressive.
Everybody's sitting in traffic basically right now, waiting their turn.
The problem is all these UFAs that were supposed to be on the market re-signed with their original teams for the most part. I mean, all the top guys. And then we've got, now we've got a couple guys that we've got our eyes on. Obviously, Nick Ehlers is a priority for the Canes. We have made, I'm sure we've made a competitive offer, if not one of the best offers, but it's been reported that he's going to do his due diligence and figure out where he's going to play. That's his right as a unrestricted free agent. So we wait and see on that. Defense is an area that we have to add. Keandre Miller trade, that's going to address the defense. Makes it better. To me, it might not be quote unquote aggressive, but it's a smart move that makes us better. Assuming that, he's signed, he comes back and all that happens. And it looks like it might be for future. So you don't lose anybody off your roster. Not sure that New York would want somebody off the roster at this point in time. without throwing somebody else into the deal. But there's nobody to get right now. Like, you can't make an aggressive move if there's no move to be made. There's nobody available. Like, every team in the NHL is trying to get better. And plus, all this extra cap space has just been given to teams because the cap's going up significantly over the next 2-3 years. And so everybody's able to retain their players. And until the contract sizes adjust to start mimicking what the cap is, everybody's going to be able to keep the guys they want to keep. That's just the way it is. Because right now, a $12 million deal is like the high end, unless you're a McDavid or a Draisaitl, right? Eventually, that $12 million top end contract is going to become 14 or 15, and that's going to be the high end contracts. And then, you know, these $4 million deals for depth, you know, middle six forwards are going to become $6 million, and the whole you know, contract structure is going to move upward because of the cap. And right now, you're still giving out contracts based upon the old cap, and everybody's got extra. So that's why that's the problem. That's why all these free agents that we thought we'd have are not out there. Because everybody got given another what, $7 million in cap space during this past season. So, which is a good thing. We want to see the cap go up, but it's going to take time for the market to adjust to the new money that's out there.
Yeah, because I mean, you think about all the other leagues. You think about the NBA, the MLB, the NFL. They have a huge salary cap. I'm not saying the NHL is going to be like that.
MLB doesn't have a salary cap.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, my bad. But it'll take time. Like you said, it'll take time. And
the NBA doesn't have a hard cap either.
Well, they sign people to max contracts that are worth millions and millions of dollars.
You pay that luxury tax.
Yeah, and the other thing with the MLB, it's only a matter of time until they have some form of a salary cap. Because Juan Soto and Shohei Ohtani, but particularly like the Dodgers as a whole, you know, I'm waiting on the day that they have to go to the rest of the owners in the MLB. Hey guys, we overspent. Can you help us? We're in the red. I have a feeling that's going to happen. It's not going to be anytime soon, but all that salary they deferred for Ohtani, like they're going to have to pay that at some point or another.
100%. And then they got, well, this is a hockey podcast. We can't really dive
but
deep.
we're talking about salary cap things, so it's relevant.
I mean, Yoshinobu Yamamoto, he's going to get a huge payday.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, the MLB needs to have a salary cap.
Yeah, that's long overdue.
Everybody will go to teams like the Dodgers, which is like the Panthers when the cap goes up more and more. So the NHL has the top three free agents are Ehlers, Granlund, and Orlov right now.
That's still such a big fall off from Ehlers to Granlund. He can really take his time.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like Matthew P says though in the chat. He says we can outbid Tampa. Yeah, we probably can. But you know, like it look, it comes down to where he wants to go. If he wants to go to Tampa,
holds all the cards.
If he wants to go to Tampa, they can make it happen.
So I'm trying to see who else is left.
Suter's still out there.
Yeah. Roslovic.
Burns.
Grzelcyk, Burns, yeah. Is Pacioretty re-signed? I don't think he's.
I thought Toronto did give him a deal.
Oh, you may be right. And then Dadonov is a free agent as well. So nobody really is left except for Ehlers and Granlund and Brent Burns and Orlov.
Yeah, for that matter to us anyway. Yeah, so we'll I don't know. We'll hang out for another 10, 15 minutes. And if nothing's happened then we'll just call it a day here. Maybe if the big news drops this evening, we can jump back on for a quick little continuation here thing, whatever. But yeah, we'll just hang out 10 more minutes, 15 more minutes. And how about to 2:15? Or I'm sorry, 3:15. If nothing goes down between now and 3:15, we'll call it a wrap.
That works.
All right, Matthew P says, got to get back to work. Take care, y'all. Thanks
You as
for
well.
stopping in, bud. NHL Network posted over 2 hours ago. Keandre Miller has reportedly been traded to the Canes. But that's not true.
Ryan Hinkle put something out 5 minutes ago, reportedly acquiring. Yeah, so I mean, smoke and mirrors, I guess, right now.
Matthew Brown says, well, that goes back to the grand question. What is Raleigh going to have to do to be attractive to top players in this league?
Win a cup.
They have.
Another one.
I just don't I don't really. It's not that Raleigh's not attractive. I mean, people stay here.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they do. In the last 2 years, we've extended Aho, Jarvis, Stankoven, Slavin, Robinson wanted to come back and play. That was probably mostly hockey related. Taylor Hall wanted to stay here. Gosh, who am I forgetting? Gostisbehere wanted to come back after we traded for him several years ago.
Freddie wanted to stay here.
Freddie stayed here twice now. This is his third contract with Carolina. Pesci didn't want to leave. Shea didn't want to leave.
Gensel
didn't want to leave, but he did. He went to the money, which is fine. Brent Burns doesn't want to leave. That's a Hall of Famer. I don't think that it's the fact that people don't like or that it's not attractive. It's just not flashy. It's not Vegas. It's not, some big
Toronto,
city.
Montreal.
Yeah, it's not some big city. It's an acquired taste, and I think you have to experience it firsthand before you decide that it's, you know what I mean? Like, you see that it's not that we can't get people here. It's just that I don't know. I don't know what I'm trying to say, but I don't think it's as bad as the media makes it out to be. Just because Mikko Rantanen didn't want to stay here, and I don't know. I think that was more his girlfriend that was him.
Yeah,
and so I don't just be like I'm not gonna push that narrative just because one guy didn't want to come here or didn't want to stay here or extend here for 8 years.
See, it does have some things working against it. It's like, one, it's a non-traditional market, which I hate that term. It's stupid. And it's a non-traditional market that has the state income tax, which is a factor. And it's nothing like playing, like you said, like playing in Vegas or somewhere like that. So those are like three things that kind of work against it all at the same time when you're comparing it to whether it's a non-traditional market in a no income tax state or a traditional market up in the Northeast somewhere like in Toronto, Montreal, one of the New York teams, Jersey, whatever. It's a unique market, and I think that like the pool of players that would be attracted to that type of market is pretty thin just because how different it is from both ends of that spectrum. I think maybe that has a lot to do with it. I know that me personally, and this is just me personally, and I'm not an NHL player, obviously, I'm not a city person. So that's why I moved out of the one I was in, and I live in the suburbs of South Carolina now, because Raleigh was actually on our list of places we could potentially go live, and we just decided that we didn't want to.
Well, I mean, if you think about it too, like I've just heard players say like everybody hates playing in Carolina because it's so loud. Like that's also a factor. Wouldn't you want to play here and play for that passionate fan base? Obviously,
I
I
would.
know that there are a lot of teams out there that have a loud fan base, like Toronto, Vegas, Montreal. Like,
And the media here is not nearly as brutal as some of those
yeah.
places.
But
So,
let me just go ahead and finish.
no, I was just saying, yeah. So, like, I mean, this is easily a good spot, but again, it's not what big players want to do, apparently.
Think of it like this: if you so us being Americans, say say we were all hockey players and the NHL was based in Russia,
Mhm.
and we were drafted to a team in some random town in Russia, and we went over there and we hit free agency. You being non-Russian and not from anywhere over there, what is going to be your factor in determining where you want to play? The team, right? The hockey team, the product, the on-ice product, whether you win or not, if that's important, the money they pay you, maybe the coaching staff, the players that there are to play with there. Like those are the like, you know, maybe the weather plays into factor, but a lot of these things that we see as fans that we try to use as excuses for players to come and play here, the players don't really care about that. Like, I don't think the players care about how loud the building is until they get here, obviously, and they love it once they get here. But like, I don't know if that's a factor in deciding where you want to play, you know, because there's fans every market. There's a fan base. There's, you know, all else being equal, it's kind of like doesn't really matter in those aspects. It's money and really what in the environment. If you have a family, then your family environment. If you're single, like what is there to do for, you know, what's the single crowd look like? You know, there's a lot of things that go into it. And, you know, for these free agents that have no kind of commitment to any of these teams or cities in the NHL, they're just going to wherever gives them the best like experience.
And also,
basically.
I think too is having protection. Because if you have like a family, then you want to be somewhere with protection and have a steady income to where you can start a family here and potentially finish your career here if you're already developed as a top free agent like Ehlers is. So that just popped into my mind as well.
Yeah, man, but I just think that, you know, I think that's why as a team we have the best results with trades. It's because they don't have a choice to come here, and then they get here and then they like it, and then they don't want to leave.
And as far as the loud building, loud crowd thing goes, a lot of players don't even think about that or notice it while they're playing. They're hyper focused on it's literal background noise to them. So one building might sound the exact same as another because you're just not thinking about that.
Well, yeah, I'm just kind of talking about like, you know, home guys.
Yeah.
Home guys feel it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. A lot of times, like, yeah, they say they feed off the crowd, but I guarantee you there's a lot of them that don't even think about stuff like that. They're just focused on what's ahead of them. And
I mean, I could see when they take the ice, like to start the game and the crowd's going, like, yeah, I think it would energize them.
But then after that, they're kind of like, okay, lock in. I got a job to do.
But I think too, like, I think one of the things about as far as players coming here, like big names or superstars, I think if you get one, you could get more, because I think
Domino effect.
Yeah, like once, you know, oh, I'd like to go play with that guy. So, I don't know. But I do think, like, I don't think the Ehlers thing is you know, foregone. Like it's
still there.
I think we're still the favorite, just because Tampa's pushing. But you know, Tampa might not be able to make the moves that they need to make to to make it happen. Some comments here. WNC Puck Drop says, we have 2 former Stanley Cup champions living here where I am. Exactly. Yep. Well, more than that, right? Well, maybe not where you're at, but in Raleigh is. Eric Cole lives here. Aaron Ward.
Justin Williams.
Justin
I think
Williams.
Bates Battaglia lives here too.
There's a lot. Cam Ward lives here.
Mm-hmm. Jordan Stahl.
Well, yeah.
But he's still playing.
Justin says Rangers won a first from Miller. Is that even worth it? Yeah.
As long as it ain't Carolina's first. If it's Dallas's first, then yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's worth it. All we do is trade back into the second round. Our first round pick for Carolina is mainly 2 seconds.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, that's how it's going to be for a while.
Lead Farmer 02 says, have the details on Miller come out yet? Nope. We haven't heard anything, literally anything, since the initial tweet went out over 2 hours ago.
Somebody said we're going to get GTA 6 before the Keandre Miller trade announcement.
At the rate it's going, yeah, I think that's going to happen.
Justin says Ehlers with Aho and Jarvie would be nuts.
Yeah,
I agree.
And Clemente.
So he's in Boston.
Wait, Western North Carolina.
No, he's saying
Western
that
North
Bobby Orr
Carolina.
and Clemente live in Western North Carolina.
Oh,
Really?
I didn't know that.
Really? Bobby Orr lives in Western North Carolina?
I didn't know that.
Really?
Yeah,
Anyway.
I didn't know that.
Dill says Bates 100% lives here. He has 2 bars downtown. Okay.
Oh, yeah. See, I didn't know that Bates Battaglia lived there.
He's got Lucky Bees downtown.
Bill Clement, he was a commentator too after he got done playing a really good one.
Mm.
He said he just built a house here. Okay.
No, I didn't know that.
Didn't know that either. All right. Well, it's 3:07. We're going to get out of here at 3:15. We're going to wrap this up because I'm not going to sit here and wait live. Hold on.
Kane's admin is beefing with some people right now. Nikishin FCC had, how about you announce Miller and Ehlers, you cowards? And they're like, name calling isn't necessary.
Is Nikishin FC the guy who said this is a massive deal? Like hearing that
No, he doesn't do insider stuff. He just posts things. But
listen to this ridiculous. Rangers fans think they're like
high and mighty.
Hold on. Let me address this real quick. Lead Farmer says, I got a notification that Tulski was holding me available. By the time I got to it, it ended. Didn't think of that. Yeah, so we were going to bring it up live here on the stream and watch it all together. But I think what happened is they were probably setting up the stream to prepare for the media availability, and they accidentally started it. And that's why we all got the notification. So that's probably coming at the end of the day. They usually do a late presser.
Usually 3:30. Something like that.
Yeah, something like that. But if there's still stuff out there in the air, like if they're still hammering at this trade, they won't do it till it's over.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe they'll stop and pause and do a presser and update us. But yeah, that's probably what that was about. But listen to this BS here. This account on X called Broadway Banter.
Okay.
It says, sounds like New York will trade Keandre Miller to Carolina. I'm guessing return is a first-round pick plus prospect like Nadeau or Drury. First of all, Drury doesn't even play here anymore. Any other guesses? And then he says, what about one of the following? A first plus Nikishin. A second.
Off.
Wait, hold on. This is recent. This is today.
But pull this up, please.
Then he says
pull it up. Pull it up on the stream.
Then he says a second plus Natchez.
You have to talk to Colorado about that, buddy.
A first plus Fensor plus prospect. A first plus mid-round picks. Coat Kanyemi plus a second. Dude.
Is he trolling or like is this real?
God. Hold on. Let me bring it up on the. Let me search it. Let me bring it up here. Hold on.
I wonder what the comments say.
Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna get one in there.
Excuse me.
What's the guy's name?
Hold on, I'm getting it. Broadway Banter. Here it is. I'm going to pull it up right now. Oh, wait, I've got it over here. So here's the account right here. Sounds like guessing the return is the first plus prospect like Nadeau or Drury. Any other guesses? And then he says, yes, I realize Drury isn't on the team. My mistake. Let me find the one. Oh, here it is. How about one of the following? Second plus Natchez. Yeah, you can have Natchez. Go ahead. You can take him.
And also, Natchez apparently is an RFA, which that's news to me.
Wow. First plus Nikishin. Oh, wow. This is real. I was like, wait, is this from last year or something?
I just commented, do you watch hockey?
Yes, I realize Drury isn't on the team. My mistake.
Click on it if you want to see some of the comments.
Love it. We'll gladly give you Drury and Natchez. We'll also throw in Ron Francis while we were at it.
Please do. Get him the fuck out of here.
You know Drury isn't in Carolina. Jack Drury. Let's see. Sounds about right. A Hall. Dude, these dudes are, these freaking people are, they're not getting anything close to that.
I'll give him a first. Oh, is mine on there too? Yeah.
Kane's upside down logo says, man, where do I begin on this nonsense? I'll start. Natchez isn't on the roster. And people say us Southerners don't know hockey. Bingo.
Have you reported on Tanner Pearson?
I don't even know who that is, bro.
Well, he signed with Winnipeg for $1.1 million.
Oh, wow. Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. Well, guys, 2 more minutes, and then we're going to bump up out of here. But, hey, let me just say we appreciate all you guys hanging out that are with us still. A lot of you guys hung through the whole thing. We have over 1,200 live viewers right now. So,
yeah, seriously, thank you guys.
Appreciate it. Just keep watching Twitter. Maybe something will come out on this trade. Maybe Ehlers will make a decision today. Maybe not. But if something big time happens that's outside of this trade, like we all think the trade's going to happen, and we all expect it to be for a pick. If it's anything different than that, if we lose a player, on the roster, or anything other than a prospect and a pick, then we may get back on here tonight and discuss it. If Ehlers decides that he's where he's going tonight, whether it be Carolina or somewhere else, depending on how I feel, I may get up and talk about it again, and we'll just do a continuation of this, a part 2, I guess. And we'll just see how the day plays out. But thank you guys for all being here. Just a reminder: subscribe, like, follow, all that good stuff. Check out Brandon. Brandon's got his own personal channel called The Warning Take. I'm sure you guys all heard of it or know about it. Check that out. It's got a lot of cool stuff over there. Yeah, that's all I got. Fellas, anything to add before we get up out of here?
Nope.
All right.
Nothing.
All right, it's been real. And AB, you can go ahead and take us out there, buddy.
Well, you said everything that you needed to say. You covered everything. So again, if something happens, there will be a part 2. But if not, we will see you in session 81.
Bye. See y'all later.